Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world #2 and a bit of a superstar, Gata Kamsky.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like,
yeah.
E takes d4, good move, because d takes d4, then d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
I'm ahead of the game.
Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game.
First of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. And so much happiness.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolger.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at Chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
welcome to round 8, the final round before the second rest day. This is going to be the main theme of the day today of the Tata Steel 2023 Wijk tournament. I'm only half joking there, if I'm entirely honest with ourselves. I'm very sure the players also are starting to feel the slow burn of this extremely long, extremely grueling tournament. There you have the pairings for this round 8. And just as we were for the last 5 days, I'm Peter Svidler, and with me is my friend and colleague David Howell. And David, I wanted to start off by throwing a bit of a curveball at you.
Okay.
What do you think is the second biggest story of the tournament so far?
The second biggest?
Yeah.
Other than Abdusattorov crushing everyone?
I would assume that ranks as number one in most people's books, yeah.
I mean, if we talk about social media coverage, it's got to be Magnus losing 2 in a row. What else could it be? I mean,
honestly, I didn't think this through properly. I thought I should have said third. Because those are the two obvious things. Abdusattorov currently on +4 and seemingly just sort of running away with it, frankly. A full point ahead of the field, winning 3 with black, including with black against Magnus and with black against Arjun Gaisi yesterday. And honestly, just looking better than everybody else in the tournament. It's not just that he has more points. It is very much also, I think, a reflection of how well he's played so far. And then we have Magnus sort of barely scraping back to 50% with a victory over Richard Rapport yesterday.
Do you have a specific topic in mind for the next?
No, I was wondering what your take would be. This isn't a trap. It's just like I was genuinely curious because we all know what the top story is.
Yes,
it really is very, very clearly Abdusattorov's +4 after 7 rounds. But then you could go in any kind of I think many interesting directions. And as preparation for this stream, I've had both Twitch and Chess24 chat open so that not to reopen it the next day. And I noticed that towards the end of yesterday's round, in particular, the very kind patrons of our website in the Chess24 chat were saying some really, really harsh things about Gukesh. And I thought, people just have absolute memories of goldfish, don't they?
Yeah, that's so fickle. He's so young. He's a superstar. He's crushed everyone at the Olympiad.
It's amazing. He was described, and once again, I understand I'm slightly taking it out on one, unsuspecting user who probably isn't even there right now. So I'm doing this behind his back potentially, which really isn't what I intended. But Gukesh was described as, and the whole situation was described as a reality check to somebody who farmed 2500s. The man started 8 out of 8 on board 1 in the Olympiad.
He beat Caruana. He beat
farming 2500s. Excuse me.
Yeah, this is this is crazy.
Yeah,
crazy talk.
But on the other hand, Gukesh on -4 definitely is also a story. You can't ignore it. It's just that obviously this is an absolutely horrendous overreaction to it, which I do not endorse in any way, shape, or form, but it definitely is a story.
Yeah, I mean, all of the top players have been there at some point when they first start playing these round robins on a regular basis. It's natural to struggle once or twice if you start badly. Every round is brutal. Everyone is kind of smelling blood in the water, and they'll target you. So, yeah, it's unfortunate to see Gukesh like this, but we can't be too harsh on him. He'll learn so much, and he's a strong, steady 2700 player already. He'll bounce back. He'll be stronger for it, and I guess it's all relative compared to Abdusattorov, his kind of contemporary. But let's not be
I think
much on the emphasis.
It also is specifically because one of the other players who are here for the first time is shining so brightly that people maybe react in such a way. But it's just like I have absolutely no doubt in his quality as a chess player. He'll be back, and he'll be back pretty soon. I'm pretty sure. Like I think, it's extremely likely his next tournament will be back to, trying to figure out how is he winning every single game, seemingly from very from all kinds of positions. When we were commentating with Peter Leko for both the Olympiad, and then I did a brief stint of the European clubs. That was the topic we kept on discussing. Like once again, Gukesh has a position which doesn't look like very much, and then like an hour and a half later, he's just completely winning, and this was happening day in, day out. Something. Hang on. Let me see if I can convince our software to start showing us the moves. There appears to be. Okay, we'll wait then, because the challengers actually have moves, but the masters so far don't, which is the reason we are not showing you the board just yet. But it'll there we have it. And in terms of pairings and things to watch, as usual, there's plenty. Anything that you think deserves attention above all else?
I guess we'll follow the leader quite closely, Abdusattorov, and one of the biggest matches on paper of the day is Caruana against Carlsen, the clash of the titans. But yeah, all of the games I'm interested in. I'm actually really curious to see Gukesh. He has White today against, on paper, one of maybe the underdogs of the tournament, Parham Maghsoodloo. So I wouldn't be surprised if he bounces back at some point. All of the games have started now, and it looks like a bunch of very principled openings, Peter. Nothing too boring ever in these.
No, and I'm very, very interested in Arjun playing the King's Indian against Jordan, because Arjun really does appear to play absolutely everything under the sun. There's just no limit to the things he can play on move one, and he does go h6 here. I think I had this conversation with maybe with Peter during the Olympiad, that this has now somehow become a serious thing that people kind of need to have an opinion on with White. Which is somewhat surprising, frankly, because it looks like a very, irrelevant tempo lossy type of move.
It's so modern. I mean, it's definitely engine influenced. In a lot of lines in the King's Indian, White even plays bishop g5, bishop back to e3 to provoke h6 to gain a tempo later. But this is the modern trend. This is what computers are approving of. And you're right. I mean, someone we talk about a bit, Matthew Sadler, computer expert, he tweets about this move quite consistently, h6. And often Black even gives up a pawn on that square later. And I think something I don't know too much about. Gotta say.
Also does hint a little bit at some future positions where knight h7, knight g5 could become a source of play for Black. I still don't really quite understand it, or frankly believe it as a valid way of playing this position with Black. But if I watch 2 or 3 more Arjun games from here, all ending with him equalizing by move 15. I might change my mind. It's kids today, apart from the general kids today and get off my lawn sentiment, they do work on chess, and they do have ideas which generally aren't stupid at all.
It's another question that I've asked you, like, where do they find the time? I understand with computers it's so easy to analyze, to kind of learn these days, but to go into the nuances of h6, it's while he plays every other opening under the sun, it's impressive. And like you say, if White ever closes the center with d5, Black will just quickly play knight h7, f5, and you cover g5. No knight jumps.
This I think is specifically exactly what you're saying, is specifically maybe the justification for it. We are waiting for White to play d4, d5 eventually, where it's going to be difficult for us to force it. But White also, if you list good things about the move h6, one of the earliest ones that would occur to me would be the fact that bishop e3 now is very well met by knight g4. And in this position, you would very much like to have the option of playing bishop g5, which is now being taken away. And the fact that bishop e3 is unplayable does maybe make White think about d4, d5 much more seriously, because something needs to be done about this center. Or perhaps rook e1, bishop f1, which is another thing that people often do to stabilize in the center. And if d5, you can play knight h7, and as you said, we are ready to play f5. We maybe are ready to play knight g5 at some point later. And once the pawn is on d5, I think having the pawn on h6 so that you don't have to worry about knight g5, knight e6 is perfectly sensible. Still looks very weird to me. On the topic of things that look weird, Dingliren is seemingly throwing up another flare today.
Good old Karakan. It's slightly odd to pause and think after one of White's most trendy moves, e5. One of the ultimate main lines. Okay, Black has 2 options here. He plays c5 after a bit of thought. But you're right. This definitely feels like Ding just wants a game, first of all, but also he wants to confuse Team Nepo, or at least force them to burn a bit of time. And yeah, I haven't kept up to date with C5 specifically so much, Peter. I think it still has a decent reputation. White here.
It's very playable. It's very, very playable. And these days could often lead to absolute unbelievable mayhem, because I think the main line currently is DC5 E6. Knight E6 has been somewhat replaced by the move E7 E6 here. I think currently the most fashionable way to play this is the move A3. And after A3, there are definitely some positions. Black is not obliged to go into that, but there are definitely some positions which in some way follow this scenario, where you just give up the entire king side and then go something like Queen B6, and absolute craziness ensues by move 10.
Very French defensy.
Of course, you can start with Knight C6, which often will provoke Knight F3, and then the queen doesn't get to G4. But I think there is a reasonably solid argument that Knight actually is better off on D7, which is why White is not starting with Knight F3, but actually is trying to lure the Knight to C6, because later on in the game, maybe before B5, allows us to alleviate some pressure against the pawn on E5 by driving the knight away from C6. This is a very, very exciting position to analyze. I've had some occasion to analyze it somewhat recently, and yeah, if you're not too concerned with the fact that it will be impossible to memorize all this craziness, at least for me, you generally tend to have a lot of fun, at least in analysis. I don't know how about over the board.
And we're being told that Wesley So in his Chessable course, that's kind of massive work on 1e4, he was recommending the line with A3. So maybe Ding's done a bit of homework there. It definitely feels like they're kind of surprising each other or trying to bluff each other into certain types of positions. Okay, E6, DC5, E6 on the board. Yeah, we might be headed in that direction, Peter.
Yeah, we could have something like that, yeah. In the meantime, let's just briefly at least name the openings. In the game between Caruana Carlsen, which I think in most other tournaments would have been a very, very clear headliner for any round, we have an anti-martial where Magnus, weirdly, he makes the absolute main move in this position, which in his hands is, I mean, not a novelty, but a bit of a surprise, because he's been very much in the camp of not playing b5 before. I'm guessing, believing these positions to be difficult to play for a win, and just kind of they do tend to simplify quite a bit, both the positions after d4 and arguably even these ones. But today he seems to be happy with it. He goes a4, b4, a5, not even any of the rook b8 silliness that Keimer did recently against Wesley, but the very straightforward d6. Fabi doesn't go d3. My guess as to why is probably because Magnus himself is a very, very serious player of this line, and I guess he thinks Magnus will know. c3, rook b8, h3. So what do we think? What do we think about this? First of all, as a choice specifically against Magnus, and secondly, what do we think the plans, the continuations will be?
Yeah, firstly, it's also very ambitious, right, Peter? Because d4 could come very quickly with White. You've saved a tempo on d3 in a lot of positions. Against Magnus specifically, it is interesting. Of course, you would have expected some kind of Spanish. Fabi tends to go there quite a lot against Magnus and just in general. And yeah, these a4 lines, like you say, Magnus wants, well, he enjoys playing those rook b8, bishop b7 positions where it's very stable. It's not as direct maybe here. I'm not sure how much Magnus will have looked at this. I would assume in his training camps for the World Championship, he would have at least explored the possibility of b4 in quite a lot of detail, looked into the move orders, looked into the kind of little details there. But he has stopped to think for a few minutes now. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point he just plays these lines or these positions with bishop e6. It's just a very kind of typical.
Yeah, I think he generally tends to do that. But when we were discussing that game between Wesley and Vincent, I did mention that if you play a5 and then you connect it with c3, You do, I think, invite the martial type counterplay slightly more than you would in some other positions.
Yeah.
But for Magnus, if he does it here, honestly, I'm not entirely ruling it out even here, because I think Magnus very much likes, on the black side of anti-martials, he very much likes these gambit type lines. He showed it in the match, and he showed it, I think, even prior to the match in Dubai, where you just give up this pawn for very, very distinct activity. And here, bishop b6 is playable. I assume even bishop b7 is playable with the idea of bishop f6, queen d7, c5, and so on.
Yeah, he's been playing some bishop b7 type of marshals in blitz games, rapid games, so I wouldn't be surprised if the bishop ends up on b7. It was also his main repertoire in 2016, the match there. So yeah, some type of martial idea. But then you don't play d6, right? It's there must have been a more useful waiting move.
Well, that actually is a bit of a question, because
actually, rook b8 does allow this d4 stuff, as we saw in that game.
Yeah, that was exactly what happened in Wesley versus Vincent, which Vincent actually did equalize after this very peculiar looking idea of rook b5, very much with the intention showed later in the game English is difficult this morning, not a morning either, of going c5 and rook takes a5 and just taking this off the board and saying, yes, none of my pieces look particularly glamorous, but I have a pawn up. Prove that you have something. He did end up losing, but not really. The opening was not to blame. He was fine out of the opening there. And if you start looking for passes in this position, the assumption being that with the pawn still on c2, d5 probably doesn't work as well, because I think it's legitimately important for you to have a hook here for, let's say, bishop f6 counterplay and b takes c3 counterplay. If white is allowed just to play d3, knight d2, you will not like this version of the marshal nearly as much. So the argument, I guess, goes, in order for us to play those sacrifices, we need to wait for c3, and then we need the move. And maybe h6, but h6 is also kind of double-edged. You would like to play bishop c5, but I think you have to worry about knight takes c5 here. I don't think that works out quite as well as we like. So maybe you don't have very useful passes apart from rook b8 that Vincent chose.
Yeah, he's played a type of pass move in the game, slightly different position, of course. And I guess the question here for Fabi in the game position is whether d4 in one go is possible. h6 now by Magnus. He's basically saying, okay, you can play d4, and we're going, okay, d4 instantly blitzed out by Fabi. And yeah, it feels like white, if you don't challenge the setup now, white has achieved, well, a lot, simply. And black's not really chosen a typical Spanish reply. What do we think here, Peter? What is Magnus's answer to this? Is he going to take off all the pawns and then maybe play d5?
Yeah, that would be my sort of default immediate reaction, something like this, aiming to play 594 and claim that without access to knight c3, it will be actually kind of difficult to smoke this knight out. It does appear to be quite stable. On e4 can be supported by bishop f5. If you go knight bg2, you have to at least calculate bishop b4 in some positions, probably not right here, but in some positions definitely it could become playable. bc3 already on the board in the meantime. And just to finish our conversation about gambits, if I understand our chat correctly, d5 here, d6, c3, d5, e5, e4 has been seen before, and Livon, amongst others, has played this. But yeah, Magnus goes for something else.
Interesting opening discussion there. I guess we'll come back to it. Should we round up the other openings?
Yeah, this one does progress sort of along the lines as we've described, but white goes b4 instead of any of the queen g4 madness. Black has the natural square would be b6, of course. But I think in some positions there's still an argument to be made for bishop b7, just a kind of a more conservative option for black. We have a very strange Italian in the game between Giri and Keimer. Strange in a way that all of this happened. We've seen this kind of an outline already in this tournament. Ding had this with black against Ergaisi, right?
Yes, a crazy game.
Yeah, very, very interesting game, very exciting. But what's unusual is that neither king is on the king side. So we're doing this with this one on E8 and this one on E1. If white had already castled, I would suspect black is, like, at least, we're being taught to think black is borderline winning. It probably isn't true.
Okay.
But
players like Demchenko have proven that that's unfortunately not true.
Yeah, but you are, like, if we imagine like a6 been played by Vincent here, if you castle king side, all of the the books we've read in the childhood, in our childhood, they say that at some point h5 will happen, and black also legitimately has a very, I think, solid plan of just playing bishop g7, queen e7, and castling queen side, and then going rook dg8, and eventually launching that attack on the king side. Whereas the center with the queen and e7 in particular is going to be quite solid. But obviously nobody's going to castle king side, at least not yet. Anish goes knight bd2. I guess the plan is some sort of queen e2 and maybe even castle long eventually, but there's definitely going to be a bit of a waiting period here where both sides will be kind of wondering who blinks first.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't really associate either of these two players with the chaos that normally ensues with these bishop g5 type of Italians. But yeah, I guess they'll just make all the useful moves first and then decide where to commit their kings.
Yeah, I'm expecting queen e7. It's not at all the only move in this position, but it does seem very logical to start with it. Oh, bishop a7 first.
Yeah, exactly. And then you kind of decide what to do according to what your opponent chooses.
Knight f1 e3, I guess, is not stupid as an alternative to queen e2.
Or
d4 looks like it's too, yeah.
Or a4.
Yeah, but that feels a little bit. Although, actually, if we are predicting the king might go to c8, the idea of gaining space on the queen side actually gains in strength, right?
Yeah, he does castle Anish Giri, just signaling that he's willing to welcome the attack. When I was looking at the games with Demchenko, he was always starting with a4, b4, just preempting any black castles on the queen side. So yeah, this is really a red rag to a bold castling.
Yeah, that is very much saying kind of come at me type approach here by Anish, and you are, I think, supposed to pick up the gauntlet here with black and go quite hard on king side, because it really is a very large target.
Yeah.
H5 immediately. Okay, I don't understand anything about this life anymore. Like I think we are back in a very, very well-known theoretical position. So they basically just sort of toyed with each other and then went back to the theory that they both know. But I would not be castling kingside here.
Yeah,
I just wouldn't. I mean, why? Why? I want to give mate. I don't want to do this.
I remember Grushik doing something like knight h7 just to prefer h5 and rerouting his knight via f8 to g6 and then going for mate. Ideas like that. But yeah, you're right. Castling kingside feels so counterintuitive when your opponent's kind of just dictated or kind of declared what they're doing so early.
Yeah, castles, and b4 played very, very quickly. So we are heading towards those types of, Demchenko inspired waters. Let's take a look at some other positions. We have a much quieter Italian in the game between Richard Rapport and Prague, where Richard is basically playing it the way the classics of the Giocopiano would have played it, I don't know, 20 years ago, like innumerable dozens of games by Viorel Bologan and so on. Yeah. Just queen e2, knight f1, knight g3, h3, knight h2, and so on and so forth.
I tried to do something similar against you, Peter, in the 2008 Olympiad, right? We played, I think, almost this exact position. Maybe you played bishop a7 rather than castles kingside.
I remember I wasn't very happy at some point, but I did manage to make a draw.
Yeah. A long time ago, back when I was dabbling in the Italian a lot before it became fashionable, and I realized I didn't know as much as I thought I did.
Yeah, these days they force you to learn stuff in this opening. Yeah, it was much better when you could just play by feel, more or less.
Yeah,
I myself played not as much, but I definitely did play some Italians in exactly the same spirit. Just how difficult can it be? Just make normal moves, play chess. Yeah. These days, not the approach people take to the opening.
Doesn't work like that anymore.
No. In the game of our tournament leader, we kind of announced that we will be watching him quite closely, and then did not really put his position on the board at all.
Right.
We have the second anti-Berlin. We did jinx it yesterday, clearly. The second anti-Berlin of the tournament, where Levon goes knight f6, which already is a bit of a surprise, but I guess maybe this is the value. Because Levon is one of the very last remaining players who generally does not play the Berlin, who actually plays the Spanish to play the Spanish, and not to, you know, pretend and do all of these wimpy things. But today he does go knight f6.
Yeah, he's dabbled in the past.
Yeah, of course.
For phases. Yeah.
I think in terms of Spanish players with black who have not dabbled at all, that probably actually is an array of one person. And you're talking to it. Well, it maybe is a bit harsh. You're talking to him.
You've never once played.
No. I played zero knight f6 in my life. In fact, I wanted to play knight f6 castles bishop c5 against Sasha in the World Cup final in 2011, the final that I won. And I actually started with bishop c5, which is a much inferior move, simply because I felt that if I play knight f6, I break some kind of a sacred covenant with myself. And had a very risky position out of the opening, because Sasha obviously looked at me strangely and played c3. And
I remember that game.
Yeah. So I knew I was running very, very specific additional risks, but I just couldn't bring myself to play knight f6 on move 3.
You really are one of a kind in world chess these days.
So back to the game. Yeah, d3 played here by Noribek, bishop c5, and yeah, this is a very, very serious line, of course, where sometimes white goes for very, very sharp stuff. But I think specifically Levon's setup maybe is good at not allowing the sharpest stuff, because the really crazy positions, I think they appear generally from like somewhere here, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, castles, we go
queen e2 or bishop d2.
Yeah, queen e2, rook e8, and then we just go either bishop d2, or there was also a school of thought which said provoking f6 is useful. And then you go for g4, g5, these types of positions. Or these days, they sometimes just go castles here, rook e8, they go king h1, rook g1, g4, and so on. But Lev is keeping the bishop on c5 and the knight on f6 for now on their position, specifically the knight on f6. And with the knight on f6, planning to play g2, g4 is much more difficult. So Noribek goes knight b3, b6, and our chat. And apparently I played knight f6 2 times in my life, against Polgar in 99 and against Sedlak in 2005. I should just retire.
The record. All those years.
Yeah, this is unacceptable. Not only apparently do I not have any principles, I also lie about having principles. Those two things. Yeah.
The latter part there is way worse.
Yeah. I mean, I think I gave myself that word a bit later than 2005 and kept it since then, but I legitimately did not remember even those two games. I will actually have to. I don't remember that game against Judith at all.
I doubt the intention was to go into the Berlin endgame, though, right? They've probably
not. Yeah, I think I played bishop c5. Yeah, I mean, I definitely. Well, I mean, now I'm very scared of using the word definitely. Let me just look it up before I shame myself even further.
Before the internet detectives catch you.
No.
Yeah, that's not
very risky to make sweeping statements with people with databases very readily catching you in a lie. Anyway, Queen e1 apparently is a novelty. We were told by chat.
Creates a threat. Queen c3.
Probably not a novelty that surprised Levon very much, because he played knight e7 very quickly.
I really wonder what the idea is. I've got to say, with Queen e1, maybe the idea was that, for example, if Black had played c5 just to prevent any d4 breaks, then maybe now knight g5 comes without allowing bishop g4, which would have been
and maybe we get to play f4 quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only logic I can feasibly come up with. Otherwise, the queen looks a bit odd on e1.
Yeah, it does look unnecessary to put it there.
So knight d7, I guess the question is, does white try something similar to go for the bishop pair with knight, or to try and swap off black's bishop pair with knight g5, or do we... Queen c3 looks a bit Oof.
Yeah, it
Like a
looks
nothing move now.
it looks like we're not really achieving very much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Normally, I think you do want to play knight g5, and to my surprise, fairly often, although probably not once you've played b7, b6.
Yeah.
I've seen people actually take on b3 in the structures, like choosing which one, which knight to give up the bishop for. I have seen people very consciously choosing to take on b3, allowing white. Once again, by general understanding, you feel that capturing towards the center, you're being taught, is always beneficial. So, like if your choice is this position or this position, or not if you, of course, queen a6. Choosing to take on b3 feels strange. But there might be just tempo related reasons for it, because if you go bishop b3, ab, and queen e7,
or maybe f6,
maybe you're stopping f4.
Often they play f6 immediately and then
or
f8,
even
e8.
f6 immediately, because we don't have to, in particular with bishop audio on d6, we absolutely do not have to fear knight e6. Knight has to drop back, and then we can play queen e7, c5, and so on.
I guess another thing they do after knight g5 is to play knight f8 immediately. I'm not sure whether that's the intention for Levon. I think he'll happily give up the bishop pair, and this one, it will liven up later on. Often it's a lot of maneuvering before these anti-Berlins explode.
Absolutely. And there was one more game that we didn't really, like, you mentioned it before the round started, but we haven't touched yet. And there's a very, very classic,
h6? What's the point?
I take everything back. I take everything back.
Peter.
We have a very, very classical Nimzo on the board, in which black, in a tabia, played h7, h6, basically what it is now. And by the tabia, I mean, this used to be arguably maybe the central position of the entire opening, and you can choose which move order you want to reach it via. Ending the sentence with a preposition as a pro. And basically, Parham just goes h7, h6 here, for all intents and purposes, in a position where black goes knight c6, or dc4, cd4, of course. Vast amount of theory connected with this position, for instance. All of these things have been known for decades. But what Parham, in effect, has done is just gotten the tabia and then played h7, h6, kind of shrugged and said, your move, sir.
It's not just that, Peter, but if we go back to move 3 when he played h6, you're basically saying, okay, I don't care about the Catalan. I don't care about if you want to play g3. I mean, I don't really understand. Okay, we've transposed to these type of Nimzo positions, but h6, it is a move after kind of in that main position, knight c3, d5, and then they started playing h6 for a while, but he doesn't even go for that.
Yeah.
I wonder what the intention is after g3.
Yeah, he plays a full-blown Nimzo here. He doesn't go knight c3. Yeah, and I actually didn't realize this is a very important thing that you're pointing out. This I have seen.
Playable,
This I have seen. It shouldn't be great. Like, it's very difficult for me to imagine this is, a fantastic idea that instantly equalizes or anything like that. But we've seen strong players do that. But knight c3, bishop b4, exactly. Like, what are we doing against g3?
Yeah, or even g3 one move earlier, just if you want to avoid all these Nimzos.
Yeah. This I have also sort of seen. And they play the kind of a normal Catalan here. Somehow they feel that this is not. I think the idea here is you switch back to bishop b4, bishop b7. And in all of these slow positions, they do play h6 occasionally, because I think very often black needs to burn a tempo.
Yeah. Either way, I'm just shocked. It's not just h6 here; it's h6 in the Erigaisi game. It's just cropping up everywhere. This is going against everything I was taught in chess, where as black, every tempo counts. You've got to be really accurate to equalize. And
I don't know how I feel about this. And Tabia basically a tempo down.
Yeah, I can understand.
Tabia has never really been very easy to equalize as is.
Exactly.
So I mean, it does, I guess, has actually, even that is not true. He's on below on the clock as well. I wanted to say, I wanted to say at least you steal, I don't know, half an hour from your opponent's clock by doing this, and leaving your opponent with, this amount of very attractive options. But no, he's the one debating what to do. CD5 in the meantime played.
Yeah. And we'll wait and see. We'll check back in and see how important that lost tempo with H6 will be. Maybe he's a genius, and later this kind of it just prevents all bishop G5 ideas. There's no back rank mates, but H6. Joyce, explain it to us, please.
No, he's explaining to me that somebody came and I didn't come to answer the door, so he needs to, tell me the news. And he gets very excited about visitors.
Talking of weird, wonderful moves, Peter, if we go back to the King's Indian, H6 was met by Rook B1.
Yeah, they do play this. And I know this because in my brief period of pretending to be a King's Indian player myself, I was strictly an IBD7 player. And moves like Rook E1, Rook B1 and all that, they do make decent amount of sense because you don't want to commit to anything just yet. Moving the rook away from the long diagonal makes your potential B2, B4 play in the future easier because there's fewer things for the bishop on G7 to influence. And I wouldn't have guessed that this is what he will play, but it seems fine. And now we are not transposing exactly, but we are entering territory which you can discuss more sensibly, because this is now a somewhat topical line. I think we've had this in the challengers, right? We didn't have it in the Masters, but we have this in the challengers without Rook B1 and H6.
And White there played Bishop G5.
Bishop G5 was chosen there, and White, I think eventually he did not win that. That was the Adiban, Ivic Adiban game, I think. Somebody against Adiban, where White was, I think, completely winning by move 20, and then somehow Adiban continued generating, small problems and did save it. And here, Jordan goes bishop f4.
Yeah. Trying to think by analogy what Black would do with a pawn on H7, rook on A1. I guess sometimes it's useful that after queen B6, the B2 pawn isn't hanging, so rook B1 could be useful.
But also, the pawn on H6 will not be entirely without its uses either, because, as we mentioned, bishop G5 is definitely something that White wants, at least in some positions. Maybe not in every single position, but in some positions.
It will get hit, though. I'm not sure whether White can ever really, truly threaten to take it with queen D2 at some point. But, does Black break out now? Do we play around, mess around with knight H5?
And just to explain the typical problem that Black faces here, it seems like this entire setup is very much geared towards playing d6, d5. But if you actually do play d6, d5, you have to have a reply to this. And if you don't have a good reply to this, you could be in a lot of trouble, because d5 is hanging. Both knight d6 and knight c7 specifically are very, very important threats. And if all you have to sacrifice is the pawn on d5, those positions sometimes become playable, but very often there's a lot more hanging than just the central pawn on d5.
Often you have to go all in and give the rook on a8 and hope that you have enough activity. Yeah, it's fascinating, the differences here. I'm sure Eric, I see the fact that he went with h6 and then quickly took on d4, he'll be aware of at least aware slightly of what he should be doing here as Black. But another game to check back in on.
Absolutely. And these guys apparently are aiming towards something that they both feel is okay, because none of this feels forced, and yet this is the position. Not even 40 minutes into the round. After castles, White played b4, Black played knight h7, king h1, king h8. So in this position, Vincent goes for the plan that is very healthy, but somewhat less ambitious to compare to the plans of just, giving mate on the king side somehow, by preparing and just going for f7, f5. Both of them playing quite quickly, but Anish, as is his wont, playing a bit faster.
Yeah, this is another position where historically you would show this to players and they'd say, okay, White's bishop on g3 is dead. But at the same time, Black's king is a bit open, and often the tactics are affected by that. Yeah, modern computers tend to, as far as I've experienced, they tend to prefer white slightly here, but it's always mysterious moves. It's never kind of clear cut the plan. Maybe you can break with d4 sometimes. That's the one plan that's easy to understand, but it's very well, it can be very tricky to arrange. Will he be going for? Quick d4 maybe somehow?
I very much would like to play d4 straight away, but my issue is I don't understand why I'm not just losing material.
Yeah, exactly.
I would need a tactical justification for it, because here I just don't see, like, it'll just drop back to g7, and black has a very healthy King's Indian with a pawn up.
Yeah.
So
maybe we start with b5. I'm not sure. Actually, b5, knight a5. Normally the black knight doesn't want to go there, but at least the d3 pawn is hanging this exact position. So maybe Anish needs a prep move or two.
It's also interesting that he is finally thinking, and he's thinking here, having gotten to this position pretty much.
And black's last moves are obvious. Yeah, that's slightly surprising.
Pretty much by force.
I'm expecting something like queen e2 and just build for d4.
Yeah, but then maybe I was worried about d5, but actually this does weaken the pawn on e5 quite significantly, and queen e2 does protect the pawn on d3. Chad is suggesting something which I kind of considered and then ruled out for being too materialistic, but maybe in this position you can actually go ba, bishop takes a6.
Wow, yeah.
It feels weird. It feels weird, but on the other hand, we're really not worried about bishop takes f2, because we will, I guess, just take and then play d4 and claim that this change is very much in our favor. We have an outside passer for endgames. The black king on h8 is not going to be very safe. Whatever you decide to do in the center, e4, we can go for knight e1, c2, e3, and so on. This looks like a very pleasant position for white.
Yeah.
And if you chase the bishop away, I think I quite happily just go back to c4. And I claim that I've won a pawn, which will become relevant later.
Yeah,
and in fact, this has been played in somebody versus Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi, I need to relearn how to pronounce that name. I've been corrected. So knight e7, I guess if white tries doing the same,
at least
it's just a better square.
Yeah.
You still have to wonder why not BA.
Yeah, take. Maybe this time we can kick the bishop around, and you just sit on c4. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. My point was that you would like to play d5 here, but this is a check.
Yeah.
So it pretty much never works. And yeah, this is a game between Setaraman and Yuan Yi. Thanks, chat.
Perhaps black just plays for compensation, parks the knight on g6 after bishop takes a6, and maybe then starts going for h5, h4, g5, g4 type of plans.
Yeah. And another suggestion from chat, after knight e7, apparently you can play knight takes e5.
And if I
which is very beautiful, but very non-obvious. Like, I would need clarification as to why this is not just a piece.
Yeah, very.
I really don't understand it just yet.
Very hard to understand for any human, at least.
Because queen h5, like, yes, we're creating some threats, but they are one-move threats. Knight e4. I mean, maybe it is actually knight e4, bishop e4, g4 playing for some kind of long-term compensation, but very, very difficult for me to believe.
Yeah.
Looks borderline lost, frankly, for white. So yeah, it's if Jake is suggesting it in chat, I know it's not stupid, but I don't really understand it from a purely human point of view.
So you already know which sources are trustworthy and which ones
not
to believe.
Yeah, I definitely have some favorites in that chat for sure.
Shout out to those. Lucky few. But yeah, this position is, it's super rich, full of chances for both sides. Like you say, I'm slightly surprised Anish has paused now. At least you would have expected him to go a move or two deeper. I wouldn't be surprised if he's aware of that game, of the precedent. But maybe there are other moves, other approaches for white.
Anish quietly knows absolutely everything.
Yeah.
Maybe not even that quietly.
Yeah, he saves some things these days for the loyal Chessable kind of fan base, but But yeah, he does really know everything on every line, and he has done since he's been a teenager. And okay, where else can we go? The King's Indians livening up. Maybe not along the lines I expected. F5 has been played in that one, not just this game, which is a King's Indian, typical King's Indian idea, but very different scenario than we're used to.
Yeah, this one probably will result in a structure which potentially is very exciting, and a structure which I've always struggled to sort of define for myself and define my attitude towards it, specifically some position like Queen D2, F4, Bishop F2, Bishop B5.
Yeah.
Where on the surface it looks like it's a very beautiful bishop which cannot be challenged, and black has some very exciting romantic ideas of going knight G3, Hg, Fg, Queen H4, and give mate on the king side. And then you realize white goes Rook Fd1, even knight comes to G3, white just says, what is that? Do I need to react to it? And just goes B4 or something.
Yeah.
And you're just sitting there with that very beautiful knight on G3, doing absolutely nothing, perhaps being traded for the bishop on E2, which has no moves. And White just basically plays around all of that. He wants to play Rook Fd1, before C5, start opening things in the center and on the queen side.
Yeah.
And
computers always prefer White here somehow. No matter what kind of scenario you get this structure in, no matter how favorable it can be, unless you're giving mates, it seems to be in just empty threats. But you're right, just aesthetically, it looks so beautiful.
Yeah, it's such a nice piece, right? It just like White occasionally, like if you give White time enough, you could argue for something like Rook Fd1, B4, and then maybe Knight A4, Knight B2, Knight D3. And I think I've even seen, or if you, let's make some more moves, yeah, like Knight D7, B4, I don't know, Knight DF6, C5. And then in particular, the C4 square is very, very attractive because it also aims at D6. But generally, White just tends to completely ignore the bishop is on the board. I mean, yes, you have your statue on E5. I don't care. I have my play. You don't actually threaten anything on the king side. I don't have to get emotionally involved.
Yeah, and Queen D2 played F4, like you say, is the most natural move right now, at least from a human's point of view. I do think maybe White is threatening to take on H6.
Yeah, maybe and even EF, I think, is a bit of a threat. I think you might have to play F4 here because, but H6 I think is the more important one that's hanging. This one you really cannot afford to lose. Yeah, F4 already blitzed out.
Yeah. And we'll get one of those positions where it might just be a race, whether black can, for example, in some of those lines, start playing G5, G4 very quickly. I don't see it.
That doesn't really do very much. The issue is you have to prepare it for like 5 moves. And then I will just take on G4 and put the knight on F3 and say, thank you. Now I can actually play against your bishop.
Yeah.
It's a very strange position.
Yeah, it's just about black's best setup here, which isn't obvious at all. Queen on F6, or do you get those black knight from B8 into the game? Yeah, to be honest, I prefer White's position, just maybe because I'm biased, having analyzed with computers similar scenarios.
So do I, frankly. So do I. Let's briefly take a look at some other positions. Here, Nordic kind of combined the two ideas. He did play Queen C3, C5, and played Knight G5 here, to which Levon replied with Knight F8, which also looks perfectly logical because, having invested so much time and effort in playing Knight G5, we are unlikely to be very happy about the idea of releasing that bishop into the wild. Yeah. But if you have to take on E6, I understand why it is not worse, but are you really supposed to be better here?
Yeah, what's
F4 is stopped, D4 is stopped forever. Yes, this is a bit of a unexciting piece, but
that black knight is glorious, and White's pawn breaks take an age. Yeah, it just looks very, very balanced.
I mean, eventually, if black castles king side, maybe you can argue, let's make some moves like A4, black castles king side, we go knight D2, let's not blunder knight D2 check. Somehow, I'm just making random moves here. And eventually, like we go, queen returns back to G1, we go bishop B3, and we start digging.
Yeah.
And if you give back White this amount of absolutely uncontested time, maybe you can start seeing outlines of positions which you might enjoy. because the bishop on d6, as I said, is spectacularly uninspiring. It really is not doing very much. But I've seen people actually go for f5 breaks in these structures, just to give yourself space, even though very often it will result in white having this fantastic square for the knight. It does give black some play, in particular against the king on h1, because you can play, I don't know, queen h4, rook h5, the other one comes into f8. Obviously, this is all tempo dependent, but this is possible. Also, you could make an argument for g6 and f5 in some positions, just to gain space to kind of forestall white's potential g3, f4 ideas. And
we just got a message from Satiris here. I was going to say the same, that Magnus got itchy fingers and played f5 in a situation like this against Nepo in the World Blitz and got punished very quickly, lost on time in a difficult position there. But as you say, it's just one of the ideas that black can have. You can also play on the queen side, I guess, in some lines with a6, b5 and start pushing on that side. White kind of faffs around for too long.
The issue with trying to play on the queen side here is that, let's say you achieve all, like I pass, and then I pass again, and I still don't quite know what we're aiming for. We're not really aiming for c5, c4. You have to have a very favorable setup to be able to play c5, c4. We never want to play b5, b4. This is never really hanging. So on the queen side, I think we are more kind of assuming a bit of a waiting pattern here with black. We're not really committing too much, and we are very happily going to generate counterplay if white encroaches, if white, I don't know, goes for c3, d4, c3, b4. We will have very good replies to all of that, but I don't think we are.
I wonder in the game position, is his intention to play f4? Why else put the queen on c3?
That's a very solid point.
Making some logic there. And for example, if black plays f6, at least now we have the question, do we take on e6 and play f5? And does this change much in terms of the structure? I guess black will go the other way now, but who's happy about this?
I'm not sure.
Don't really know who should be happier here either.
I'm not sure. Yeah, there's definitely some point to this, and we've gained some space. And I would be a lot happy about this with the king already on g8, of course. With the king not committing to short castles, it pretty much never goes that direction anymore. And in fact, black could maybe, in particular, if you leave this knight on d4 unchallenged, connected to the f5 square, black could very much become interested in some g6, gf5 ideas. This is quite unclear. I don't know what I think about this position.
And I guess f4, we're pretty much committed to something along these lines. To be honest, I'm slightly biased. I've played these anti-Berlin positions from the black side most of my life, and I feel that Levon's got a quite comfortable version of this.
It looks exactly the same to me, but I will await developments. In Caruana Carlsen, Fabi actually took with the knight and not the pawn here. I guess because if you tried doing the same, the knight on e4 could immediately perhaps be driven away, even though f5 is not a poor square. So I'm curious why this is unplayable. Maybe it is playable, and Magnus just likes bishop e7 more, which I can also very easily believe, because e5 will be a nice square for this piece, which it immediately assumes. Looks okay for black. Looks okay for black. Although you could also imagine white becoming a little bit worse if you don't. Better if you don't have a good reply to knight c4 next move.
Still feels like the onus is on black to prove the equality. Like you say, knight c4. Okay, what if I just wait queen c2? What is black doing over the next few moves? Do you have a way to release the tension?
I'm very tempted to start calculating some things, because there are some tactical options here you could explore, like knight g6. Doesn't look very tactical yet, but if you play bishop g3, I wonder if I can play c5 and then start taking on e4 because b3 is hanging. It becomes very concrete. I don't know, like this looks very risky because you have to calculate knight takes d6, you have to calculate all kinds of things in this
knight f5, e5 sometimes.
but something like this, or we can continue maneuvering-ish.
Maybe just queen c8, hint at
Yeah,
some
some kind of waiting move like queen c8, exactly.
Yeah, defend a6, hint at some bishop takes h3 sometimes.
I do like rook
Very
e8
tense.
bishop f8 though, because I think this sort of finishes development to a degree. On e7, this bishop is a bit stupid. If you get it to f8, first of all, you open up some counterplay against the pawn on e4. You support the knight on e5, which I think is important in these structures. And then maybe in some happy future, you can get it over to g7 and use it on a long diagonal.
Yeah, Magnus uses this rook e8 bishop f8 maneuver in lots. I mean, in all of these d3 Spanishes these days, and
he does like
anti-Berlins.
So he does like it.
Looks like what he might do. The Karu Khan, early f6 from Ding.
Yeah, bishop actually went back to e7, which I did mention as a possibility, but it wasn't clear to me that it needs to be done. Interesting that white completely ignores the option of queen g4 here, which I would be quite interested in, because both king f8 and g6, which I'm guessing are the two options here, they both have drawbacks, of course. Queen g4 arguably maybe is a bit of a wasted tempo, but we can always return to it too. And let's say we look at the position after g6 and I just go bishop d3, let's say knight e7, I just drop it back to e2. And I want to continue playing the same way.
In this exact position after queen e2, knight takes e5 was maybe a trick.
Yeah, okay, so we start with bishop e2 then.
Yeah. And I don't know whether black still goes for f6. It feels a bit more shaky now in a lot of these lines. Knight h6, knight f5. Often the knight in f5 isn't actually that great a square.
Yeah, but my more general point is I like provoking g6 in pretty much all of these positions. It feels like it immediately makes the types of breaks that Ding has gone for, as you said, a lot shakier, a lot harder to justify. But what we have on the board is very, very interesting. And also, I'm not giggling. I mean, giggling would be an overstatement, but I am kind of chuckling to myself here, because I remembered at some point, years and years ago, Sasha Grishuk tried teaching me to play the advanced French, in which he used to be, I genuinely think, was the world's leading authority at one point in the advanced French. And you could try learning this opening just looking at his games and using nothing else. And very, very quickly he realized that sort of whatever the structure in these types of positions, I would always look for any excuse to play c4 somewhere. Because I was so bored and so lost in these closed positions that I would just use absolutely any excuse to go like either c4 immediately or dc5 followed by c4. And he was, at some point, he started like genuinely making fun of me for that. Like, so yet another position where you're playing c4, Peter, isn't it? And now that I see, Wesley doing sort of exactly that, it does feel very kind of dear to my heart.
Wesley's got a kind of accelerated version. Yeah,
it looks very concrete, and Black has already taken on e5, knight e5, fe. I have a feeling I may have even seen this position.
Yeah, it looks familiar to me too. Bishop takes e5, and I can't remember if it's knight f6 or bishop f6, but yeah, similar. At least this pawn structure arises all the time in this line. And if I remember,
I think importantly, after queen h5, we're not obliged to play king f8. We can if we want.
G6.
We can also do this, I think, which forces white to play a very awkward move queen e2, and now we can think about maybe d takes c4 is playable, or although even that is actually kind of risky, right? dc4 and then knight c3, rook d1, knight e4. So maybe you do actually go king f8 anyway.
And queen h5, yeah, will cost you a tempo later retreating. Knight f6 comes. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. And the fact that he stopped to think means, okay, maybe he will take on d5. But bishop takes e5, queen h5.
Yeah, this is also, of course, an option, and things will... I mean, queen takes d5 is possible, but I would be reasonably happy with this with white. I think even knight c3, I think, gives us a good position.
But ed5 is e5 instead. Maybe there's bishop e5 check, and how do we answer this? Do we move our king again?
The same way as usual, I guess. Maybe even king f7. Be bold. Because I do want to
from the
defeat
front.
king g8 eventually, yeah.
Yeah, this is true. Castle by hand. Bishop takes e5, knight f6. Yeah, it looks
Knight
like
f6, or maybe even bishop f6.
Mhm.
Sort of very concretely, because you might have to develop my knight for me here.
Yeah.
Which I would like to.
4 feels too ambitious here.
Yeah, 4 does look ambitious. Chad is asking, how is bishop takes f5 not good for white? I mean, it's very concrete, because you, after both bishop f6 and knight f6, you will depend very, very much on being able to maintain it on a5 and not allowing black to free himself, because let's say, I don't know, bishop e2, castles. It does look, honestly, it does look fairly attractive for white. And yeah, this is what he's done.
Mhm. Yeah, it does on the face of things, but black will have ways. I'm not sure how we start. Maybe knight t4, quick bishop f6. Black will have ways to maybe get rid of some of the pressure. Bishop d6, I'm not sure how bad black structure is if any exchanges happen.
This knight is a bit too far away from proper squares.
Yeah.
Like if it was already on f3, we would of course be picking white, but
there's also a5. I'm not sure when black ever flicks in a5, for example, in this position. We have at least questions to answer. e5, at least black has a great square on c5 for his bishop. Yeah, it's not one-way traffic, at least.
No, it's not. But I agree that it does look promising for white, at least on a surface level.
And I quite like knight f6 in the game position, because bishop f6, we're not really creating a threat, right? If bishop takes e5.
That is also a very good point. Yeah, we can go like
or
knight e2 or knight c3. Choose a square.
Bishop takes e5, queen h5, check. And okay, now I really believe white is putting the pressure on.
Yeah.
Okay, so some brief fireworks, a lot of exchanges, no blocks.
And actually, even our very quiet Italian is not that quiet anymore.
It is, Richie. It is.
Yeah.
Something was bound to happen eventually. h4. I'm betting the idea of after h6 is h5.
h5, of course, yeah. But I'm wondering if we have to care.
Yeah. They sometimes do this, right? But bishop takes f6, gf6, if white plays something like g4 to clamp down. Sometimes this goes wrong for black, right? Knight g3, knight h4 coming.
Yeah, this was missed.
Yeah.
And if you don't have anything immediate here with black, you will not enjoy this all that much. You could still try analyzing like king h7 followed by rook g8, because it will take perhaps some uncomfortable moves not to lose that pawn on g4. Like knight h4, rook g8.
f3 is
if you have to play f3, maybe I'm not that heartbroken.
Yeah. f7 is hanging in some lines then. Yeah,
this would be an interesting position to discuss. Very unusual.
Yeah, I think I'd take white slightly, although if black gets a queen round to g5, it just covers all the dark squares, then I might start to change my mind.
Yeah.
What about black's options after h4? Are there any other appealing moves?
Not really.
Not really, yeah.
Not really. I mean, allowing h5, h6 is unthinkable. So, and bishop g4 doesn't look right. Like knight 1, h2 seems very, very strong, for instance.
Yeah.
So you might be forced to go into that.
Yeah, I was wondering if he even just leaves the bishop on g5, but I don't think you can really.
You could maybe discuss this very specifically, because there's a knight on f1, which doesn't have very many moves, but it's very, very committal. Like, if we don't have a good solution here, we're going to regret our life choices bitterly very, very soon.
This could backfire very quickly for black. Yeah, I really don't want to touch this one. White's castling along very quickly as well, which is a bonus. Yeah, and knight on h8 is not ideal either. After
no,
so.
I actually briefly wondered if we can do that, but we're now it's a constant pin, and this is not a
bishop g4. You never really
never
really take on h5 ever. So
we can vie for some kind of a most comical position of the tournament award. where you probably just get mated on the king side because
Yeah.
this really isn't supposed. He's gone rook e8,
Okay.
which
So
I
he is allowing
really,
H5,
which I
H6.
really dislike. Yeah, because h5, knight f8, h6. He'll have to play g6, and I mean I understand you're probably not losing yet, but
that pin is going to be eternal.
yeah, maybe he's
annoying.
trying to play knight e4. Yeah, I don't believe it's knight f8. Actually, I'm pretty sure he wants to go here.
And if I do something similar, at least you're pinning me. On the E file, you don't care about G2?
I want to ask the question.
Yeah.
I think creating, like provoking g6 and creating this pin is maybe more important than this pawn with check. I can very easily see an argument for it.
Okay, I'll take the bait. You offer me a pawn, I'll take the pawn.
Run.
Now I think.
Run.
You wouldn't run.
Mm.
Okay, so you play g6. How are you going to profit from the pin?
I'm not sure yet. I just wanted to check if maybe this is playable somehow.
Yeah, it does feel a bit shaky for black, but if you can't hit my knight immediately on f6, then maybe I'll have time for bishop e6 and start to get stuff off the board, unravel eventually.
Yeah, it's also very slow for black, but I'm struggling to generate a threat, which is my problem here. I don't quite understand what goes where to just generate a single threat.
You need to kind of move your f3 knight and get queen f3 going. But yeah, it's a bit slow, a bit clumsy. Knight. Knight somewhere. Knight h4 maybe? Just to get queen f3 at all costs. Yeah, you have to go back this way. Yeah, the problem is I'm going to have to take you with my bishop if I ever want to get rid of that knight on f4.
Yeah, it's a very good piece, and maybe we are even preparing like e5 bishop b7 or something.
Yeah.
So
this would be sharp stuff. What happens if after knight f4?
Oh, by the way, yeah, we've both missed that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, we need that rest day. That's the first hint.
Yeah.
So
curious choice by Prague. He did spend quite some time on it, so I'm sure he is not doing this lightly, but a curious choice nonetheless. Let's take a look at the challenges maybe, because we are sort of up to date on this, and there's plenty to discuss, but nothing that I think needs us for a deep dive just yet. In the challengers, Alexander Donchenko is actually leading the tournament after round 7. He strung some wins together, including I think 2 in the last 2 rounds. And
he's up against Mishra today. That's black. Looks like a very simplified position. Lots of exchanges already.
Yeah, this was a very, very long.
Looks like a Slav to me.
Yeah, a very long theoretical discussion seemingly in this Slav. We've had some games in this tournament already. I think Mishra had this against Tabatabai, which was a very, very exciting game we didn't properly watch because that was the round where the Masters finished a lot earlier than the Challengers, and we decided not to cover the Challengers to its end. And Mishra was at one point. He had a very nice. Maybe I can show the end of that game because I think I'm sure the chat has a lot of people interested in Mishra's career. I remember our chat, at least the Chess24 chat, following the game to the bitter end and talking about it incessantly. I think it was round 5. No, maybe. Hang on. Oh, maybe 6. Maybe 6.
6. Yeah.
This game. There were a lot of things happening. We left it in some kind of we actually didn't get to this endgame. We saw maybe some middle game like this, or middle game which became an endgame when the queens were traded on c3. And there were a lot of things happening. And eventually, Mishra found this very nice idea of taking on c6, which apparently works because his opponent decided to play knight d6 in reply. And bishop d5, very cute move here by Mishra, unpinning the pawn on e5. And
very nice.
After king d7, he correctly sacrificed this piece, found the move rook f3, and somewhere here the engine starts thinking white is winning. And there were a lot of swings. Yeah, in this position, rook c8 maybe makes a draw, but not in any kind of an easy fashion. And then they got to this endgame, where Mishra twice, basically in the same game, missed the same winning idea. He is winning here after b6. I think it goes rook c4, e6, rook e4. And this idea wins. King a7, rook b4, a6, d4. You go, I think b7, king c7, e7, king d7, and maybe king a8, followed by a7 and b8. And these pawns queen. And he missed it once on move 66. And then he played e6. This is already a draw after, I think, rook, maybe g4. There's some, I think, here. Like, I think the engine suddenly says this is a draw. But you have to realize you have to defend from this side. You no longer can defend from the e file. But Amin played rook e1, rook b1, and once again, this opportunity presented itself. And once again, Mishra did not take on c8 here, which basically is the same position, rook c8, king a7, and once again, we get the same win. But it was very much the same Slav to begin with. So he's doing this for the second time in this tournament, and it looks like Donchenko came quite prepared. And by this point, the position is quite dry.
Yeah, they've really raced towards the endgame that we see in front of us. I think I'd still take white slightly, just because it feels like we have more threats. Nice centralized queen, but yeah, it's hard to believe that Donchenko won't defend this.
Yeah, you have to be a bit precise because, yeah, allowing hg6 will leave you with a somewhat vulnerable king on g7. I'm wondering if you aren't even supposed to just take on h5 twice here, honestly.
Yeah, that would make some sense.
Just takes, because rook g1 check, we always have rook g5. It's a bit annoying, although actually it's not, because I have queen d3, yeah. I actually quite liked this then, because I think with only two heavy pieces left on the board, we're never really getting mated on the king side at all. If you play f4, I also have queen d5.
Rook g1.
Which stops very solidly. Yeah, like we just go back to f8.
Yeah,
I don't believe in, like, I don't think
b4.
Sorry, yeah, queen b4 does exist.
At least there's something to calculate here.
Can I choose a different square?
Maybe. Although I'll keep the queens on, I'll play queen c2 and hope to mate you if you go to the h5.
There's rook h1. King h. But the problem is queen b4 is still annoying.
Queen h6, queen b4.
Yeah, so like if I choose this square, you still have this route towards f8. Yeah, I don't know. It's complicated.
Enough to at least pause thought to calculate as black.
Yeah, for sure. There's also a position which is very familiar to me in the game between Mustafa Yilmaz and Jorge Sindarov, because Jorge Sindarov is playing playing the Dubov Tango. Yeah, playing something that I'm very happy with the name. There's absolutely no point why it should be a tango. There's like I can't explain why I chose that particular dance, but it is, yeah. As the White Knight says in Alice in Wonderland, it's mine. I invented it myself. Not the opening, the name. The opening very much was invented by other people. I give this in the second volume of the Grunfeld course as a good reply to Knight of 3. And I use the word good very advisedly there. Interesting reply to Knight of 3. Yeah. And what Mustafa is doing here is the safest. And perhaps the least fun for black, which I think is maybe a large part of the reasoning for his choice here. He goes Knight of 3, rook e8, and now doesn't even go d2, d3, which after g5 leads to some very interesting positions, which could be discussed at length, but won't be. Instead, he goes bishop d3, which does allow black to win
material back.
The pawn back, but you have to part with your proud bishop on g7. And I looked at this position quite carefully for the course because it doesn't look like it's immediately equal. It looks like white should have a little bit of something, but I am convinced that it's fine for black if black plays accurately. c5 is a very interesting option here, which I liked. I thought it was perhaps underused. There were some games which reached this position in which I think White generally just castled. And if you want to play c5, you want to do it now when the queen is unprotected and Black cannot recapture with the pawn. And we get this position where White has this absolutely fantastic, gorgeous square for the light pieces on d4. What would be your sort of first thought about this if you knew absolutely nothing about this position?
I mean, I think I looked at this in 2019, and this whole line with knight f3 was the reason I decided not to add kind of this variation to my repertoire. It just felt like minimal winning chances for Black, kind of not too much reward. But yeah, I wouldn't mind getting that white knight off the board. I would love to kind of get bishop g4 in, maybe trade off somehow. But yeah, queen b3 is a direct
is the only reason I haven't suggested it yet. Is the fact that after queen b3 we might have to start playing some gambits.
Yeah,
which might be okay though. Like if we go bishop f3, gf, we can. I was looking at some really massive sacrifices, but we do have rook e6, right? Followed by knight c6, and this doesn't look bad at all, honestly.
Yeah, I'm sure the computer would find a way to at least put Black under some serious practical pressure, but.
Yeah, but I do agree with you entirely on the topic of which pieces to just take off the board here, because I think Black would benefit greatly from having only these two.
Yeah.
Provided we don't lose the d5 pawn. Because I would like to play queen d7, queen d6 here, but I currently cannot.
Maybe I play knight d7 instead of knight c6 and then put the pawn on c6.
Yeah, but I really wanted the knight on 6 to stop the bishop from coming to d4. Yeah, I do understand the point though. Maybe we do actually do this, and then we assume control over the e file, put the other rook on e8, and eventually I don't know f6, king g7, knight f8, knight e6, all of those things. This doesn't look bad at all. I do agree with you in regards to scarcity of winning chances. It was worrying me as well, but I think generally Black isn't doing all that poorly. We'll see how this goes. There's also somehow sort of 1 hour in, there's this endgame on the board in the game between Velimir Ivic and Jorgos Pehac, who finally won a game yesterday.
We really did curse it yesterday, talking about the lack of Berlins, and then suddenly there's a bunch of anti-Berlins, now a Berlin endgame.
And even an actual Berlin, And they played this line where knights get traded on h4 very early, and apparently they both were aiming for the same position, I would assume, because you don't get to a very random looking endgame by move 25 so quickly if your starting point isn't just the same line which you just disagree in the assessment of.
Yeah, or maybe it's just one player testing the other. This looks like something Vachier Lagrave would get day in, day out.
Do we think White is better? I mean, the engine does think White is better, but do we think White is better?
Well, White can't be worse. Which is always a nice start. Yeah, I guess it would depend on something very concrete. For example, whether White can get the king to h4 very quickly and start pushing some pawns.
Yeah,
I would be a bit afraid, as someone who plays the Berlin a lot. This is kind of like worst case scenario, and unless we can force all the rooks off and guarantee that we're making a draw, then I'd be slightly worried as Black.
Yeah, quite a sharp endgame, considering. In the meantime, Irvin, who is really not having a particularly nice tournament, is doing something funky today. He left the knight on g1 until move 10, and used it on here, where a normal move would be knight f3. He's played instead c5 and then f4. Very much hoping to go for the clamp and the full control over the e5 square, b6 takes. This doesn't look great, but it looks playable. I mean, a b6, knight f3. I can maybe invest a tempo in bishop a6, exactly. Really doesn't look horrible for Black, but we will have a very nice knight on e5 eventually.
Slightly confusing that with this big clamp, that he didn't try to maintain his pawn structure after b6 with b4, but perhaps he felt it's just a very important tempo that maybe after a5, a3, just if everything comes off.
Maybe Black blows something up, I don't know.
Yeah, either blow something up or just bishop a5 puts a knight on e4.
Oh yeah, that is a very good point. Yeah, takes bishop a5, and then
just before white is able to consolidate. So okay, interesting position, but it does feel like Owen is taking some big strategic risks.
Yeah, a very old school Grunfeld here in a game between Max Warmerdam and Amin Tabatabai. And these days, well, the move e6, which used to be absolutely automatic and which used to be like the move I made in the first years of me playing the Grunfeld, like people just play d6 here instantly. All kinds of Karpov-Kasparov games were played from this position and so on. And these days, there's bishop f5. There's knight e4. Even Dubov recently played knight f6 e4 in this position
against Gary.
E4, d4, bishop e4, knight c6. Yeah, Dubov continuing to just absolutely put all of us to shame. People have looked at this for like 50 years and needed him to be, born and developed into the player that he is to point out that White hasn't actually stopped knight e4. White is only pretending to have stopped knight e4, but it's still there. And what we see is exactly the kind of position which I think made people less emotionally attached to the old ways, because you get positions like this, you're not doing poorly, but White has a very pleasant free roll. If these bishops come off, and they often do come off, because like the dream for Black is to be able to play bishop f8 and then knight d7, but very often you end up having to play knight d7 anyway and trading on g7. This bishop is going to be better than this bishop. There's some h5, h6 ideas, the usual AlphaZero BS.
Yeah.
And you have no counterplay. Like you will not have any counterplay for the rest of the game. So
yeah, I made the mistake of playing this system with the e6 as Black against Gary in some kind of training games, and he was mocking me. He was like, "It's so sad for Black. Why are you doing this? You're just suffering." And of course, I did end up allowing h5, h6 in that exact game.
Yeah,
it's funny you mentioned that idea. It looks like an exchange Slav that's just gone, well, not wrong, but at least you still have work to do to equalize.
Yeah, Elena Roberts today is playing White against Vaishali, and this was a kind of a quirky mainline Sveshnikov, which is not something you see very often. In particular, I think bishop f6 gf 95 has sort of largely disappeared, because people either, if you do it via the classical move order, people play the 795 quite a lot. And if you do it via this move order, I think people have very much switched to trying to find something here, either after c4 or after c3. These lines have become a lot more fashionable than the much sharper stuff after bishop f6 gf 95 f5. The main move here, I think, still is c3.
Yeah,
but Elena goes g3, f3, bishop g2, bishop g7 takes bishop e6. And this, I think, for years and years was supposed to be not very much, at the very least, because you have this backward knight on a3, which takes up an age to develop. So Black has more time than usual to come out of the corner, finish development, and so on.
Yeah, and in the current game position, if we fast forward a bit, it looks like maybe still the status quo. Just maintained. Looks like not very much. Still a bad knight on b1.
Yeah, White is now finally asking Black a very pointed question. You have this pawn on b4, which is stopping me from getting the knight in the game. Do something about it. The way to prevent the knight from connecting to the d5 square would be to play ba and put it back on a3. But of course, you're much happier now because this pawn has been removed. Black also is left with a bit of a vulnerable pawn structure. And the knight is 2 moves away from being on an absolute gorgeous e3 square, which is pretty much always the best square for that knight in these types of positions. I think the way to react here would be to make a useful move and just ignore it, like rook fd8, perhaps. Or maybe a 5e4.
Maybe b3 is Black as well. Just
b3 does give White an important tempo there to do something, like rook fd1, I suppose, and then bishop d5, and then eventually, once the rook gets off the d2 square, we can aim it towards d2 f1 e3. It's an interesting position. I don't think it's bad for Black, but yeah, it's playable for White as well.
Yeah, at least in endgames with the pawn on b3, I'd be slightly more confident as Black. But yeah, like you say, it's tempo dependent.
Yeah, and one final position we haven't spoken about is this position between Shupi and Adiban.
What would Grishuk say here? about the French
I think you'd
advance?
be okay with this. Black does look like Black achieved something on the queen side. This is a very nice knight. The c file is going to be occupied by the Black rook first, but our center is very solid. We eventually could start, the usual g3, h4, h5 stuff here because knight on g6 is very vulnerable to it. And yeah, I don't know. It feels kind of playable for both.
Yeah, I think I'd still take white just because I like the space. But yeah, as you say, it can't be that bad for black. Maybe we move the knight on b5 at some point and play bishop b5 and start taking pieces off the board. If black can get one set of rooks off, you'd be far, far happier about
that's
not being
that's
cracked.
very true. This, I think, concludes our first run. And very interestingly, actually, it doesn't conclude our first run because we have to go back here. It's curious that he allowed queen d3 check. Isn't white worse now? I guess he wants king a2, and if queen e3 has rook c7, and the queen actually cannot connect to the f7 pawn.
Can we finesse it somehow as black to not give you rook c7? I was hoping for rook b5, but rook g1 scares me.
Yeah, we can maybe still play it, no, because we have queen b3 there.
Yeah.
So rook b5, just g1, king h6.
Maybe white has nothing better than just checking on h and g.
Do you have a draw?
You want to
like
run
g5?
Well, okay, rook g1.
I want to go
this way.
But then you will have queen c7. Yeah, I probably lose if I do that. G1, h4, h1, g3, c7, takes, rook h3. Yeah, no sane person ever does this to himself. Yeah.
Now we start running back somehow. King g4, I don't know. Or king e4. I don't know. Maybe king e4. Oh, wait.
e4, queen e4, actually, yeah.
Queen e4.
Very funny.
It must have been a win here for white. Maybe here rook h4.
Yeah, rook h4 probably wins, yeah.
So rook d4 now is the answer. Or, yeah, king d5.
Yeah, but obviously not very forced. But I think it might be relevant because, it might be relevant because if you play, if you try to avoid it by playing king a1 so that queen b3 is not a check, you are allowing me to play queen g1, queen g1, queen g6. Which I don't think you will enjoy very much because suddenly black is the side that starts first.
Safer king.
Yeah, the king on g7 is much safer than the king on a2 here. I think king a1 played. Yeah, this is very curious to me. And yeah, the engine still thinks it's a draw somehow. But I'm beginning to think you might have to be precise with the white pieces now.
It's very brave, young Mishra, gotta say.
And chat actually correctly points out that in our completely forced, very long line, we had the c5 here, which might be relevant, even though I don't know if I like the position after queen c1 anyway.
Exactly.
Protecting against that and continuing to pretend we have a mating attack on the queen side, on the king side.
I was reluctant to even suggest e5. I thought, I'm definitely going to get mated. Maybe also queen takes f7 instead of queen c1.
Oh, yeah. Even better.
Oh, unless rook takes b2 still draws, but who knows at this point.
Yeah, so very exciting position. Somewhat surprising choice by young Mishra because I thought throwing in f3, f4 looked... Although, maybe he just goes rook b5 and then king f8, and without queen b4 check, there is just... Like, we will repark our king on e7 and claim that we're entirely safe. Yeah. We'll keep an eye on this. This looked like it might be a quiet game, but now it no longer looks like that. Let's go back up and take a look at our Masters positions. In Levon's game, you get the feeling this is maybe going to be less exciting than we would have hoped for. Queen 6, he wants to play king e7 and then start chasing. Because, shockingly, this queen will find it difficult to avoid being traded off the board.
Yeah, you're right. Immediately, where do we run to?
I mean, if you really want to run, we could get to b3 and then play queen f7, c4, like queen b5, queen e8, queen b3, queen f7, c4. But he might be worse now after he takes c3.
Yeah, this change of structure definitely doesn't help white.
Yeah, it's just like you absolutely do not want to give black this fantastic diagonal for the bishop. So it feels like somewhat weirdly, you'll have to accept the queen's coming off. The way to play this for a win for white, I think, is just to play like b3, queen e8, just take, and then hope that your, very real space advantage and the better bishop is enough here to pose significant problems, like very slowly, king of 3, g4, h4, g5, h5, double on the g file, hope to play h5, h6 on some later date.
Yeah.
But yeah, Levon holds this. I'm pretty sure Levon holds this.
Also here specifically, we talk about the better bishop, but bishop b4 at some point could eliminate one.
You just need to be sure you're not blundering some kind of a thing like that. And without the file, if you end up losing the a file, you might be in even more trouble than you were in the previous line. But I'm sure you can control it somehow.
Yeah, maybe we don't take with the rook, a rook.
Yeah. In the meantime, Fabi versus Magnus, the maneuver we were expecting did happen, and Fabi reacted in a very concrete manner. He went bishop g3 and f4, and is now, I assume, considering going in with e5, because generally you don't want to weaken your e4 pawn like this without having a very concrete idea how to justify it.
Yeah, I guess there's an argument for kind of maintaining the tension with moves such as bishop c2, but then does black break out somehow with d5?
Yeah, that's one thing.
If he breaks
I
out,
kind of hesitate to mention it, but it is a pawn.
Yeah.
Queen d3, I guess we're not very worried. Yeah. Queen c2, sorry, bishop c2 definitely on the list. And I like your reply, actually. Just 94 with the intention of meeting this with d5 and 94,
Yeah.
Because if you take twice here, I think you're probably much worse.
Bishop c6.
This is just this is just such a horrendous piece.
Ugh. Yeah, so maybe we should check out this e5 going very direct. That would be more consistent with what he's been doing with f4. I see 6 5.
Feels like I may have missed a raid. I apologize. I've kind of kept away from chat for a second. But anyway, if I did, my apologies. And if not, anyway, shout out to Thinker Teacher, and do check out his channel. And apologies for sleeping on the job there a little bit if I have. Yeah, interesting, very sharp, interesting Spanish, and sort of exactly the kind of a Spanish you want to commentate on. Very rich, very kind of diverse ideas on both sides. Plenty to talk about.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Fabi does push immediately, consistent, and at least ask the question.
What's happening here? Let's actually discuss this now that we brought it up.
It's worth, okay, let's say we take, I was going to say it's worth pointing out that maybe in some positions we can play knight h5, but here this bishop takes f7, which...
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. I wonder if it's still not the best thing you have. Maybe with the inclusion of knight g4, cd4, because I don't like knight h7. I feel like if we have to play knight h7 here, we're giving white a little bit too much leeway. So I really am wondering if this pawn sacrifice is not viable. If you give me one more tempo here to play bishop e6 or bishop c6, I definitely am claiming I'm completely fine. I'm a bit worried about moves like d5. Trying to stop this blockade and also get the pawn to e6. This worries me. Unless we blunder the piece.
Whoa. And it gets super murky. But now if I just take one of the pieces, rook g3, for example, rook g3, queen f7. Okay, it's a big pawn on d7 that's going to land. Bishop takes e6 is also possible. Yeah, it's...
yeah, this is a mess. I don't know.
Yeah, but it could be relevant because, as you said, e5, we never really want to start retreating as black.
Yeah, I'd be very worried about the prospect of having to go to h7.
And we don't have too many options. Yes, we can take on d4 at some point, but I guess we take on e5 first.
Yeah, I think we always start with this. Yeah. Let's take a look at knight h7 anyway. I understand my foibles are a thing, but maybe they're just foibles. I don't know. Let's do it this way. I don't really want to blunder e5, e6 and resign.
Yeah.
So let's take this knight off the board.
No, Queen F3, there's always Knight G5.
A
B5
very,
might be a
very
question
nice
again.
tactic has been pointed out to us in chat, which now explains a lot. In this position, we can play bishop somewhere. I assume maybe c6. Because EF, I kind of stopped here,
Yeah,
but we have rook
same.
b3.
All the double attacks.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much, Yakhound or Jaghound. I don't know if where you're from. It's difficult to judge. Which means that
Suddenly Black is winning
all kinds of bishop moves here become possible. Although I really only like bishop c6 anyway.
Yeah. It is loose temporarily, bishop c6. I don't know if White can profit from that in any way. Maybe not. Yeah, bishop d5 will always come with tempo.
Yeah.
This is really
also
impressive.
it's actually weirdly quite difficult to attack it because rook c1 also drops the control with the knight on a3, so more things will be hanging. Yeah, more things will be hanging. And yeah, we want to play either knight d5 or bishop d5. I think both would be quite okay. Knight e4 maybe, even if we have all the freedom to make a move in the world. Is queen c2 maybe a move? Queen d4 bishop f2, and maybe we can argue somewhat convincingly that black has more pieces waiting than white does.
And if I play bishop d5 again, maybe?
Yeah, I was hoping to play bishop a4 in some position like this and claim that I've attacked something relevant. If I force you to go knight d7, I'm not that unhappy. Like knight d7, I want to try playing knight c4, knight e3. This is still not clear at all, but at least, you know, having forced this knight to a very, very poor square, I'm not as despondent about my chances as I was about to be.
Yeah, I mean, this is clearly what Fabi's calculating, because e5, I assume, would have been the initial intention. That's the main justification for playing so directly. And now, calculation mode. Maybe he's realized that, as pointed out by our viewer, yeah, just a bishop move in that position, and suddenly it's something maybe you don't want to commit to as white unless you see a follow-up after bishop c6, because you might well just be worse if you're not crashing through.
Yeah, which is maybe an argument for bishop c2 once again, but then you do have to very seriously contend with what you were suggesting. Maybe we take with the queen, but it's such a sad move.
Yeah,
like queen d4, bishop c6, and
d5 still coming. Yeah, maybe you just have to be principled and keep going. Once you've said A, say B. Okay,
yeah.
well,
we'll wait for this to develop. Today does look like a very, very sharp round, by the way, because in Wesley against Ding, after bishop takes e5, Ding did play bishop f6, Wesley played knight d2, not knight c3. Ding replied with a5, b5, knight h6, which is very logical. Now the bishop is hanging again because knight f7 will be a very strong reply to queen h5 check. The trade happened, and Wesley played bishop d3. You still prefer white here as a kind of a surface assessment because the bishop on c8 is very locked out.
Yeah, especially if we can get one more move in castle. I don't think black can cut across the plans in any way. I was wondering
you can give a check on e5, but I don't know if it does very much.
I was thinking about this, or check queen c3 or something, but yeah, I'm not sure how annoying that is.
I guess still bishop b2 anyway.
Yeah.
Still bishop b2. It looks like Noribek's game is maybe about to disappear. We'll keep an eye on that. And in the meantime, this entire sequence is on the board in Magnus's game. So Noribek is not about to repeat. Yeah, I apologize for doubting him for about 3 seconds. He did repeat once, but then yeah. Whoa, Magnus, very much on point today.
Yeah, nice spot by the Norwegian. So those variations we're mentioning very relevant.
Yeah, and once again, thank you to Jaghound, who gave us an opportunity to be slightly ahead of the curve here and to start discussing it before Magnus put it on the board.
Yeah,
yeah, this is extremely double-edged. You can very easily imagine, and yeah, chat is saying this is good for black, but white isn't worse. Yeah, it doesn't need to be worse for white, but it definitely has become a position in which the stakes and like the price of the move is very high.
Yeah,
you make a couple of inaccuracies here with white, you will be worse. So you have to play quite precisely.
Yeah, no, I don't really know what that entails playing it precisely here. Yeah, we look at all the forcing moves like Queen C2. We start with, I don't know, Rook C1. EF6 doesn't seem to work at all. But then what next? If black gets one more move and stabilizes, yeah, the momentum changes. You lose control as white. Lots of weaknesses left behind by those pawns.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we'll wait for him to make a decision. This is a very exciting position to watch because lots of options for both sides and very lively and potentially very double-edged. The game between Giri and Vincent Keimer has reached this position, which is kind of surprising how quickly they got here. Anish played Queen E2, Vincent played Knight F6, B5, Knight A5, and Anish actually did take this pawn just one move later. Knight G5, Rook AC1. And I don't really like, I don't know if there was anything stronger by this point, but what Vincent has done looks very strange to me because he's played Knight F4, and then he took with the E pawn. And I'm sort of struggling to understand why we're not just much worse here with black.
Pawn down.
Yeah, just pawn. I guess we want like some kind of C5 and G4. Because the bishop on A7 needs to be revived somehow, or you will just be ground down, I think.
Yeah. It's a bit reminiscent of his game against Levon Aronian, where he had the bishop there, but they were a bit blocked. At least one of them was, and pawn down. Yeah, maybe C5 isn't so bad. But what if white just plays like H3?
Yeah.
After C5, for example.
Yeah, C5. Yeah, H3 seems like a very useful move, solving the back rank issue, stopping G5, G4 for the time being. There is some compensation, though, because this pair of knights currently doesn't really have very nice squares to look forward to. Maybe I just go out and King G7, King F6, H5.
Long-term compensation. Yeah. White's rook as well, a bit stuck. I was going to say, can't access the B file. Yeah, I'm still skeptical, I've got to say. I still believe that Giri's going to be loving his chances here, but okay, Vincent, other than those two losses.
And you should probably mention in passing that a move like Queen F1 exists, but I don't think it's great. I think Giri doesn't really want to, toy with the ideas of like Rook E1, G4, and with the Queen still on the board, you don't have Knight H4 here. So it becomes a lot more awkward. I think it's very important for white to be able to play Knight H4 after G4.
You have to play Knight G1 here, right?
Yeah, or Knight G4. Knight G4 loses the A6 bishop. Yeah. You actually have to go all the way back to G1. And yeah, that doesn't look right.
Yeah. Setting the pieces up for the next game is never too appealing. First choice, at least.
Yeah, we'll see what he decides. In the game between Richard and... This is very confusing to me now.
It's basically what we suggested, except
no. But he didn't play H6. Yeah. He played H5, Knight F4, and now he's allowing black to play H7. I don't understand this.
But will he just take on F4 and then
go Knight E2 or something? I guess this has to be the plan, right? Because otherwise, I just don't understand what he's doing.
Yeah.
Because you cannot maintain the pin, because then black will very happy to take on G2 and H4 and be completely winning. So this has to be the position. Let's try and figure out what's going on here.
D5 is always very well met by E5. Luckily.
E5 followed by G4, yeah. So...
Yeah, Knight G4, there's D4. If only the bishop was on A7.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at bishop A7 very, very seriously, because I think maybe Knight takes F4, we can play G5 here. You still have A5, yeah?
Or maybe start with Knight G4.
Not enough has changed.
In this,
before you go...
Sorry, after bishop A7, but also here maybe. Bishop C2. Or Queen D3. I'm not sure which one. I mean, you can defend it with Queen F6, but Queen D2 always comes.
Yeah, this is why I play Bishop C2, to have my Queen free to attack the pawn on F4.
Yeah. If we go back, Knight G3 is H6 at black's only. I also wonder if black just gives a pawn. Sometimes, for example, after H6, Bishop F4, EF4, just something like Bishop G4 and Knight takes F4, D5.
Yeah, I was trying to get something like this.
Yeah.
And this I very much like, but I think the problem is
Maybe
we
queen
have not obliged White to take on f4 yet. So White can play something like
queen
queen
d2.
d2.
Worst comes, well, I was going to say worst comes to worst, but knight takes h5. At least I'm not going to be a pawn down. I'm not sure how much I want to open the h file. But...
Yeah.
And now something like, actually, it's still a bit tricky.
Yeah, it continues being very difficult to assess because, you know, as a bailout, we have this option, but I don't think we're enjoying this very much.
Yeah. White just castles, yeah. Yeah, this looks like it should be okay, but as you say, definitely not enjoying for black.
Yeah, it's weird because after knight g3, my initial reaction was this now has to be very good for black. There's no way this is correct and gives white a good game. But
so you want to aim for even more than just equalizing and getting pieces off.
Can we start with g5?
Okay, and if I just ignore you and play h6, something similar to earlier.
Yeah.
It's getting really sharp now. White could also try to
Yeah,
some
I'm
positions.
not sure I like this. I'm not sure I like this. Yeah. Very complicated position. They're also burning time, both of them. So this
unsurprisingly.
Yeah, probably will be a very exciting time trouble. I expect the game that there will be a lot of fun to watch in about an hour's time. The King's Indian, Arjun actually got a position where there's a knight on e5 instead of the bishop, which I think is good. But it also weakens your knight g3 tactics. And White still has exactly the same plan as before. Like you want to play c5, maybe you want to play knight b3 followed by c5. And we're sort of like this setup with the king on h1 and these bishops is generally just enough to make sure we don't get mated.
Yeah, so what can black try that's even semi-productive at the moment? I guess, yeah, like you say, if white gets time, knight b3 or maybe c5. So black, how do we start? g5, g4, like you said, too slow. Do we just put a bishop back on f8 and sit and hope that white's play doesn't amount to much? Yeah, one good piece on e5, it's just not enough somehow. It doesn't feel like enough. Maybe can we attack c4, queen f7? Maybe c5 isn't such a big threat.
Not yet, no.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we can actually sort of invest in, I don't know, bishop f1, knight e2, but that drops the c4 pawn very often.
How bad is it to, for example, allow an exchange, like if I play bishop e6? I just want to, I'm happy to exchange anything as long as I'm left with the knight on e5.
Yeah.
I just want to get my rooks out and
yeah, let's discuss this a little bit, right?
I guess I take, or do I play rook d8? Yeah, still long term, there's always questions.
Yeah. I don't know. You always have to watch out on the king side a little bit, but it does feel that to a large degree we can ignore what's happening there and just continue pressing in the center and on the queen side as much as we want, just keeping like one eye on those threats. If I need to like reinforce my defenses on the king side, I can pretty much always go bishop f1, knight e2, stopping any incursions via the g3 square. And yeah, b7 is going to be vulnerable for the rest of the game. Yeah. I don't know.
I like the fact he's stabilized Erigisi, but yeah, the big question is what next? Not an easy question to answer. So what else are we looking at? Okay, it still looks very theoretical in Gukesh against Parham.
Whoa, I'm very surprised by something there. I guess it's still fine, but I am kind of shocked here because, well, after the queens came off, not Nojibek, he played king f2 here, allowed g5, which I think is very logical, and took. I mean, he's still not worse, but it's a decision which I think rules out any advantage for him, because after hg6, I think allowing f5, you might start running some risks, maybe not a lot of risks, but some risks.
Yeah.
So I think what ends up happening here is he goes h3, king e6, g4, and at this point, Levon might as well just play G7, G5, and so G6, G5. And I mean, nobody goes anywhere in this position.
Yeah, this is the only possible explanation. Otherwise, it just looks like Abdusattorov is trying too hard to change the structure. I'm surprised he even took on G6 en passant, because if you're going for such a block structure, lock it up, then why even exchange pawns? Allow Black's king such a nice square.
Yeah,
just king E2.
This doesn't look like a winning attempt. Therefore, why not just go king E2 here and offer a draw? Frankly, like, yeah, it's not like unless we're missing something very subtle here. But I really don't like the vaguest idea of allowing F6, F5. Like in this position, if you go king E2, Black goes F5. I already am somewhat confused as to how I'm supposed to react to this. Am I supposed to allow F4 and G5? Or maybe in some, like, Black can play C5 and try playing Fe4, D4, C4 or something. How happy am I about having to react to Rook H4 in some futures?
Definitely too late to offer a draw now after F5.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'll be very, very curious to see Nordebek's next couple of moves, because, yeah, as we're saying, if you don't think you're better, there is no call at all to play FG, because yes, you will have to allow H5, but basically in some position like this, these two files never get opened. As long as you keep your pawns symmetrical, like, you will always be able to answer like H3 with G3 or H4 with G4.
Yeah.
So this never gets opened, and like, just drop the rook back, and I don't think Levon would even be very interested. Like, there's nothing here that you can touch. You play B3 and there's just nothing here that's going on.
And yeah, to stop thinking, kind of to stop and then think, sorry, after FG6, HG6 is very surprising. Maybe he's regretting something already, or...
I mean, he still isn't running very many risks, to be honest. Like, those positions after H3, G4 are still going to be completely safe for him, so...
I don't know.
Let's not oversell it.
If Black puts a king on E6, bishop on E7, doubles on the H file... Yeah. Okay, probably it's still just a dead draw. But...
Yeah.
Bishop E7.
But
yeah, both sides just pass now.
Yeah. I think we're very contentedly going to pass until the end of time here.
Yeah, okay. Okay, still. I'm getting over optimistic for Levon here. Does look very equal.
Yeah, I think I'm going to suggest taking a short break here, because it seems like there is nothing that requires our absolute immediate attention anywhere. And I would like to deal with the onset of sniffles, which I've been fighting for the last hour, which is very annoying for me and also probably very annoying for the viewers. So let's take a brief break and reconvene in about 5-7 minutes with the continuation of round 8 of the Tata Steel tournament. Thanks for watching.
See you soon.
Lips for lips, skin for skin, sin for sin.
And we interrupt the very pleasant, quiet break to bring you news of the game between Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen, in which Fabi did something very, very odd. The position wasn't great, but it wasn't really that bad. And he thought for a bit and played bishop c3, bishop b3, c2 here, which sort of loses on the spot, and not in a very difficult fashion either. Like extremely findable sequence of moves, which it's very difficult for me to explain. Starts with queen d5, which you cannot possibly blunder, because
Very
it's
logical.
I guess he wants to play rook e2. And then you just attack the pawn on d4 and win it.
Okay, and the only calculation I guess you would need to do is e takes f6, rook takes d4.
No, I think the problem is I don't even understand what he means against this, to be honest.
Okay, this is even more simple.
Yeah, because I think what you're saying is also winning. Like rook d4, you cannot take on e8 because this is mate, so you have to play the queen somewhere. And this also looks utterly winning for black. So yeah, I just don't understand this. It was a complicated position to assess, and like the engine was suggesting, you just play rook c1, allow bishop d5, take, play queen f3, try to put the knight on c4, and saying that it's completely playable for white, which is probably true. But starting to calculate rook c1, leaving the knight on f3 unprise is probably not very comfortable. I can understand how you maybe misevaluate this, but for a calculator as reliable as Fabi, bishop c2 and sort of the ensuing lines that start from bishop c2, they seem way, way, way too simple for him to be missing.
And yeah, maybe he's just completely blanked on rook b4. I guess visually, maybe you want the bishop to be open on that diagonal, but assuming that Magnus finds it, queen d5, like you say, super obvious, mate in one threat, rook e2. Assuming Magnus finds rook b4, how do we even keep the game alive? I know now, yes, the bar says we're lost, but are there any ways to complicate the issue even slightly?
Yeah, and queen d5 played in the meantime. Yeah, Magnus is not going to miss it, I don't think. Yeah, rook e2 blitzed out. Yeah, let's try and figure out if Fabi already sees what's happened or not. It's hard for him to judge. I mean, he does have a reasonably good poker face, but
and it's one thing that I didn't really plan to mention before today, but their recent history has been very one-sided. The mental scars of Fabi losing in various kind of speed tournaments to Magnus, they must still be there, and to blunder in one move, it feels like maybe something's under his skin, or maybe he's just a bit flustered.
But also, I do want to mention that yesterday could not have gone entirely sort of unremarked on.
Yeah,
Fabi played a 7.5 hour game, which ended up with him throwing away half a point after a very, very well played game, which started as a very nice defense from him, and then after he was given an opportunity, he proceeded to turn the tables completely around and was winning against Parham, and ended up not winning the game. I'm sure it's quite painful not to win a game like that in a tournament like that, which would have brought him to clear second place.
Yeah, and it would have been a struggle to kind of sleep after that game, just knowing missed opportunities, kind of still buzzing after 7.5 hours. But yeah, this is bizarre to even allow queen d5. I'm not sure whether black has any other strong moves.
Rook bd8 also, I mean, maybe not winning, but much, much better for black. Everything else is playable. Like the variation of all the normal moves, like knight h5 is fine, but white is very much alive after knight h5. Rook bd8 is a massive advantage for black. Rook b4, you kind of resign,
and he's played it.
Yeah, and the problem is, you just don't continue from here because this falls with the tempo, and then the knight comes to e4, absolutely collapsing all of your counterplay, and you're left with these really ugly pieces which make no sense together. Yeah, this is just basically game over. I don't think we need to try to sugarcoat it.
Yeah.
I don't think you save this position against like a competent player of any kind, let alone Magnus specifically.
Yeah, the shock value alone will cost Fabi even more time here. And yeah, you're right. For example, one variation could be King H2, just to avoid any checks, Rook D4, Queen F1, and now Knight E4, like you said, just putting the hammer home.
Yeah, it's like your position is horrible, and you're also pawn down.
Yeah.
So it's just it's annoying to just resign here, and I understand that anytime I mention resigning in a position with equal material, right now still equal material on the board, people start kind of snickering behind my back. But it's and there he is, and now he realizes what he's done.
Yeah.
Military facepalm, because for those rare occasions where a single facepalm is not enough, is now very much in action.
Or Fabi, just one bad move and suddenly this.
Yeah, so like in the last, I don't know, 15 moves of the previous game, and then this one move swing here, he's gone from potentially +3 and fighting to go +4, and catch Nodibek to falling back to +1, because this will be concluded quite quickly. I just don't see how you continue. You just get, like, if you try to do something which at least keeps you alive in terms of material, like if you play Queen D3, I don't know, Rook D4, Queen A6, you probably get mated after Knight H5. Like Knight H5, you have to play Bishop H2, Bishop C5, you have to play King H1. And in this position, I'm pretty sure something will be made. I don't know what exactly, but like I just need to create one threat somehow, and it will.
How about just Rook H4?
Mm-hmm.
And Rook D1, I want to play Rook takes H3.
Yeah.
Checkmate you.
Yeah, it's just completely gone. And there might be simpler things after Queen D3. But yeah, all of these positions. Knight E4 is still completely winning as well. Like, there's no way some kind of position like this survives. You just get mated once again. Like the black just continues coming in, and
also the queen was trapped on A6, right? Just Rook A8 as well.
Well, yeah, that actually is a very efficient way of bringing the proceedings to a halt. So Magnus wins, we assume, the second one in a row, somewhat righting the ship. He will be on +1 after today if he wins.
Yeah, and winning with black in pretty brutal fashion we're expecting now. That's got to be a huge boost. I wouldn't write him off actually for going on a tear. He often puts together those streaks in Wijk specifically.
Yeah, this is I've been saying that as well. Like when he went down to -1, I remember saying at that point that there's still 8 rounds to go.
Yeah,
and you write him off entirely at your peril. He still is, of course, a huge underdog to overtake Nodibek. He's still trailing him by at least 1.5 points after this round, assuming Nodibek doesn't win. But yeah, Magnus definitely is a very streaky player in Wijk. He has gone on absolute tears before.
Yeah, and talking of Nodibek, he played something that I wouldn't have even imagined. He played Rook F1, very sneaky.
Very sneaky little tactic, inviting Rook takes H2 in order to win the F6 pawn. But yeah, Levon is not interested. He's gone King E6. And as a matter of fact, you now actually probably have to allow F5, right? Because
unless you want to play King G1, but it's so ugly. It feels like he just saw a clever tactic and he played it, but he's worsening his position in the process.
Yeah, if you play King E2 here, we'll play Rook F8. This is still hanging. And if you play H3, you have now allowed F5. And now, I'm assuming this is still fine. Like I can play D3. I'm pretty sure I'm still not lost because of just how much of a pawn this bishop is. But like legitimately, this is very pleasant for black. G5, Rook F G8, G4. Like maybe you have to make a draw by playing G2, G4 here and just hunkering down. But how much fun are you going to be having suddenly?
Yeah. Black doubles on the H file, starts bringing his king around to C6. Starts playing on both sides of the board. This is definitely not what he intended.
Yeah, and this is why both of us were so surprised with F takes G6, because it really does feel that long term it's much easier to imagine scenarios where this gives winning chances to black than it is to white.
Black has a space advantage after all, and that counts even in endgames. Yeah, I'm actually thinking maybe the best practical try would have just been to repeat the moves earlier when the queens were kind of doing that little dance. Just if you can never ever imagine being better in the endgame, why bother? Why waste your time?
Yeah, but that's not how they do things, right? We were talking about this, I think maybe even yesterday. The fact that these youngsters, pretty much all of them, are one of the reasons why they're so good is they don't do this very much. They don't take games off, even when it seems practically, quote unquote correct. They do like playing the games to their logical conclusion and trying. And I think it would have been a very sort of un-Nodibek thing to do.
Yeah. I saw a nice quote by Wesley in the interview. I think it was after yesterday. He was asked about Gukesh. Gukesh was struggling, -4. And he was like, yeah, these kids, they're just doing what they're doing. They're playing on, taking risks. And he was like, oh, I'm an old man now. I just take some draws here and there when I'm trying to recover from these bad streaks. And yeah, it's interesting that even players like Wesley think of themselves as old. But yeah, it's definitely kind of the new generation specifically that kind of
he should not be allowed to use that word about himself, though.
Yeah, I felt a bit of same sentiment about his words there. But yeah, you're right about this one. I think King G1.
Yeah, you might actually have to do that. Yeah, King G1, Rook E8, G4.
Yeah,
it's miserable, but we still have established exactly the kind of blockade that we want to establish. We're not better, but here we're not worse. And yeah, I do feel like the capability of admitting that you were maybe slightly overestimating your position and going back and making sure it doesn't cost you anything. This is something that I think he's already pretty good at and would be like generally a very useful skill to practice. Just keeping objectivity even when it feels maybe slightly embarrassing to be admitting your mistake. We'll see what he does.
How about other games then? No dramatic blunders like in the Caruana Carlsen game, but still fascinating positions. This one, you'd still take white here, surely.
Yeah, but I think it's now more or less okay for black.
Because very active.
The pieces are quite active. This knight wants to be on d4. You just have to solve the immediate problem of what to do with the idea of bishop takes d5, queen takes e8. If we could play knight f5 here, we would be completely fine, but I don't think we want to entertain this endgame. The king is very unsafe.
Stylistic question in general, Peter. If you kind of reach a position and you have the option of allowing your opponent to take 2 rooks for the queen, but your king is safe and it's unclear, it's very much in the balance, is that something you enjoy? Because I find it so hard to evaluate.
Yeah, I can answer this specifically in this position. If I could play h6, king h7 here, like if I already had the pawn on h6 in this position, I could play king h7. I would consider that very seriously, I think, because I have active pieces. I would have counterplay against the a3 pawn. I would still be somewhat apprehensive, but I would consider it. If I have to play king f7 and allow something like rook e1, perhaps knight f3 coming in next, like I specifically can play knight d4 here, maybe I'm still okay. But the difference for me between the king here and the king here is so vast that I probably pretty much never go for this one. I tend to, like in my mind, I always evaluate rooks as being stronger than the queen in all these endgames.
Yeah, because I think throughout my career, that's one area that I felt was a big weakness, knowing when and when not to kind of allow these queen versus 2 rook positions. I always seem to kind of regret it afterwards, either due to the king safety or if I take the queen, get the 2 rooks instead, then somehow the opponent's king is safe and I'm the one defending for the rest of the game. It's always a bit of a judgment call. I wouldn't be surprised if he's calculating it, Ding. A lot of the top players, somehow they believe in the queen. H4 by Nodibek.
Yeah, Nodibek is actually trying to now sort of correct his course this way. He will just allow f5 and play g3, I guess. And if you imagine this scenario, like rook f8, king g2, it's very important that black cannot play f5 or 4.
Yeah.
So this is probably okay.
Yeah, is it worth pointing out rook takes h4?
Yeah, he's doing the same thing again. Yeah,
I was wondering about rook f4 here. If given
I also looked at this, but I don't think it's great because we have the h file.
Okay,
and you are correct. We have the other option as well. Oh no, we don't.
Oh wait, no, not rook f4. Whoops,
we don't. Yeah, we have to play king g3.
Okay,
and then black does have this. Probably in this position, you already have to take this option. But I think white is a bit better because we have very ready access to the H file, and with the one open file on the board being much easier to get to for the rooks, for the white rooks, I think you never go here.
Yeah, if there was still a set of H pawns, for example, on H3 and H5, then I think I'd take black here.
Oh yeah, but bishop b5, g5. We play that every day of the week.
Yeah, you're right. King f2 and just in time for rook h3 after g5. Yeah, okay. So h4, he's solving it by tactics. That's another trait that the young top players have. How about elsewhere? Is Anish making the most of his extra pawn? I'm seeing white's pieces on some.
Well, he's gone to e1, and for me the question is it already time to play c5, or do we have to look for improvements?
So what's white's next move? Knight d3. Assuming
knight d3 or maybe king g1 f1 is something that we could entertain.
Yeah, and c5 definitely on the cards. What will white play in return? D5.
I'm not sure.
Play c4 without thinking.
Oh yeah, we always want this bishop alive.
Because if we can crack that bishop out by force, then is there even a reason to hesitate? Is it bishop d?
Yeah, I wanted to go king g1, but I'm running
g3
kind of head first into this brick wall. Yeah, why is
maybe bishop d3 here? Is that stupid? I'm allowing the rook into e2.
Yeah, first of all, very importantly, without the c7 pawn, this doesn't work because we have rook e8, rook e7, right?
Yeah.
So
I'm reluctant to let your rook into e2 somehow, but maybe it's not the end of the world.
It's not that bad because we always have rook d1, right?
Yeah, and f4 is hanging.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe black just takes on d4 though on the previous move, or now.
Or here,
yeah. Yeah, it feels like c5 is just the way to go in the game position. Okay, c4 here. Still playing against that bad bishop.
Yeah, I think this is maybe still somewhat tricky for black because I just want to go king g1, king f1, and then rook b1. And I do have an outside passer, and this is vulnerable. It's a bit soft. I don't know.
Maybe black plays f3 and tries to defend actively, but you're right, it's still a bit of work for black to fully prove. And okay,
let's just maybe watch because this really is going to end very soon. There's not very much here to discuss. Fabi did find a way to generate one active move because after knight h5, for instance, he will have the access to bishop b3.
Even this is nothing.
Yeah, but like queen d7 and
yeah, just everything falling apart. Now
this is not really any kind of serious counterplay at all. Yeah, it's completely fine.
But Magnus likes to finish with a bit of artistic flair when he can. I'm just being told that rook d2 is also good immediately.
Yeah,
I was going to say, can we find some
as well?
Yeah, can we find some pretty checkmates somehow? Maybe rook d2 is the best way to start.
Yeah, I had a personal experience like that against Magnus. I remember I played against him in one of the early Norway chess tournaments in I can't remember which year that was exactly, probably 2014 maybe. And I did something incredibly stupid with white in some very slow English opening, and was more or less completely busted by move 15. And the game proceeded to kind of very carefully, head towards its inevitable conclusion. And then in a position where I think there were like 3 moves which were winning on the spot, Magnus decided to go for something which was, I think, a sacrifice of a rook to win beautifully. And that was the one move that wasn't winning somehow. And briefly, before the game was drawn, I even for a couple of moves there, with great shame, I considered whether I could be better. Like there was a moment in the game where absolutely undeservedly, it looked like some complications might actually come out in my favor, which would have been a bit of a travesty if I won that game. But he does do that occasionally.
Yeah,
he does like finishing with style.
More and more these days, as he gets a bit older, I think he really enjoys. I mean, just as a way to keep himself entertained, keep himself in love with the game. He likes to finish in style. So yeah, rook d2 we're expecting, and
rook d2, and then you have to go back to f1. Black goes knight h5. Once again, you do have bishop b3 here. You have to protect f7 for one move, but after rook e7, things will finally start completely collapsing for white.
Yeah. Ouch.
Yeah, you can't even really make a move here. Like rook d1, immediately lose to knight takes g3. So,
how much longer do you think he'll continue? Just force Magnus to play, for example, rook e7, and then here it's just enough.
Yeah, somewhere around here, you probably admit that this is not going to go your way. Because bishop h4, I guess you can still play and wait for something. I don't know. I wonder what actually just g5, I guess.
Oh yeah, of course.
Just g5, and if rook d1, I can play it on queen b4 and start collecting all of these stragglers. Like every single light piece white has is hanging here.
There's a lot of them. Yeah. They're all offside, misplaced. Yeah, this looks clinical. Rook d2. As you said, a bunch of options, but it feels like this is the most natural way to continue. What do you think? Should we stick here till the end? This still might go for a little while.
Yeah, we could return to this when it concludes. Yeah, let's take a little tour around the tables. Yeah, Richie, continuing being Richie, has played rook f1 after knight g4. We did get here, and we were very much playing d4 in this position, and we weren't even that happy with the white position. So you have to wonder what Richie disliked to such an extent so that he ended up playing rook f1.
Maybe it's just a maximalist approach. He wants to win f4 without even allowing the e-file to slightly open. But yeah, it looks clumsy, gotta say. How can black profit? Queen f6, there's still queen d2. Knight takes f4, is it a threat immediately?
Yeah, I think the way to go here is
C6,
just to forget this exists and somehow prepare d6, d5.
Yeah. You could start immediately just trying to break through. Oh, I meant c6, d5.
Yeah, c6,
yeah.
And once again, my mind immediately defaults back to trying to play d4 and bishop c2. So that we have d5, e5 as a reply. But yeah, I don't know. And Prague does something quite interesting here. He just goes knight f6. I assume with the intention of knight f4.
No, maybe d5 or bishop g4.
Yeah, I don't know which one you are playing first.
Maybe bishop g4 just to set the idea of d5 next move, without allowing e5.
Yeah, and also h5 is hanging, which might be relevant in some positions. Yeah, this is a bit of a draw for as well, but I'm pretty sure the chances of Richard actually playing rook h1 here are next to 0.
Yeah, it's funny.
Go on.
I was going to say, according to the rules of chess, at least, rook h1 would not be the second time the position is repeated, because white doesn't have the right to castle. So if there's a claim later, rook h1 would not be the second time.
That is a very good point. But white probably just goes queen d2 here and tries to get the kind of a position we were discussing earlier, where h5 is being traded for f4, and then you castle queen side.
Feels like an improved version for black somehow with the rook and f1, but yeah, in general, we didn't like those positions too much anyway, so maybe Richie's found a way to force black's hand. Knight takes h5, knight takes f4. We do get hit by d5 quite quickly in those lines. Yeah, but yeah, this must be the path I think we'll see in the game. As you said, very unlikely we'll see a repetition.
Yeah, Richard is generally extremely uninterested in making short draws, in particular because the tournament isn't really going well for him at all. He's on -2 He's lost, I'm guessing, an annoying game yesterday to Magnus.
Yeah.
We've been more or less entirely ignoring the game between Gukesh and Maksudlu, which from here continued like this. And what you get here is a kind of a famous position, which I think normally black goes a6 and bishop a7. But because we've already wasted the tempo on h6, I don't think Parham felt he had time to do that. And he ended up having a kind of a tolerable position, I think. Although the engine disagrees, and I guess he himself disagrees quite violently, because he has just played g7, g5 here. Which I think is a very clear indication he absolutely hated the idea of this knight landing on f4 and couldn't find any kind of a reply to it which was in any way satisfactory.
g5, yeah, you don't take those types of moves back.
No.
It's not going to be easy for White to maybe immediately capitalize, but yeah, long term, f5, it just looks so juicy. At least he's made some kind of logic behind the move h6, at least. All those turns ago, and g5, at least it's now protected. But yeah, this is really ugly. And meanwhile, Peter, we're getting word that there is a draw. Levon Aronian did acquiesce to that draw against Abdusatorov. I guess it's just a standoff. Not what we expected, but...
I think h4 is very clever here, because I'm pretty sure that if Levon got, one of these positions, he would have at least tried maybe for like 5 moves or something. But with f5, f4, very, very soundly stopped by this break. You can't really, neither side really can achieve any progress. So it's a very understandable place to call it quits.
Yep. Very solid game from both sides. Vincent didn't play c5, he played d5 first. Bit of a luxury move, but c5's coming next, I guess, anyway.
Yeah, interesting option. It makes sense from a positional viewpoint. You've taken away some squares. You just generally think White like fixing it on d4 before attacking it. But it does give White a full tempo to... For instance, now I have the option which I didn't think I had previously, because I am in time now to run past the pin.
Yeah,
I'm a bit worried I'm blundering something after bishop a3 though.
Rook d1, bishop b2.
Yeah, just kind of trying to corral my pieces and just win some material.
Yeah, I don't like letting this bishop out of the cage. King g1, okay, we'll keep that as a backup plan. Is there anything else? Knight d3, maybe?
Yeah, just as you are, I don't like allowing...
Rook d1.
Not maybe sure it's playable, because it gets kind of...
Maybe I am. Try to trap your rook. Knight e5 as well. Sometimes a threat. Knight knight f4. Take. Yeah, maybe you're just holding the rook and
I do want to play c5 next move, so it will get support from the bishop on a7. We have h takes, f takes, knight f1, but it feels like this probably ends up being some kind of a draw. I mean, White will be making it from the position of strength, so to speak, but most likely does end up being a draw.
Yeah, everything getting hoovered off.
And he's already played king g1.
Yeah, that's very a niche type of move. Try to consolidate. And yeah, I've got to say, I'm still a bit concerned for Vincent, just because he lost those 2 games where he was kind of on the brink of a draw and then kind of let it slip. I don't know if the ghosts of those defeats will haunt him. But yeah, c5 feels like he's breaking out.
Yeah, I mean, if you play g5 and don't play c5 here, I really am not sure I understand what you're trying to achieve. I mean, he gave himself an additional weight. I don't know, bishop c8, bishop c8. No.
It's a nice detail at the end.
It does not work at all.
Yeah.
You can't give White all the time in the world to play 93. So yeah, I'm expecting c5 here. I really don't know what else can you even try.
Yeah, knight d3 is coming next, so you might as well. Now or never. Again, I wonder if c5 bishop d3 is Anisha's concept, a bit similar to earlier. Bishop d3, sorry, just to just to take advantage of the fact the c pawn has moved, so we can't play rook takes c1. At least now f2 is defended. Then I guess to d3, f4 is attacked.
I like this.
Yeah,
I like this. If the bishop is pushed back, it's much easier for us to consolidate because we will have the b1 square for the rook and so on. So like if you go bishop d7 here, it makes some sense because a4 is now hanging, but dc5, bishop c5. I'm not sure if it probably is hanging.
Bishop takes a4, rook a1, there might be knight b3.
Knight b3, yeah. For instance, after king f1 in particular, because now this knight is even hanging with check.
Yeah. It is move by move, but
there is bishop b5 here. But it once again allows rook e2 in the end, so I don't know if we are very happy about it.
Yeah.
It's a complicated position.
Yeah, g3 is a threat, so you've got to be slightly careful.
So maybe we do it cleverer somehow. Not sure how though. Like I want to play king f1, but I don't quite know how I'm meeting the very simple cd bishop takes d4. Don't really want to give up this pawn for nothing.
Yeah, bishop d7 must be the way to reply. Okay. Yeah, it feels like Anish, she's done everything right in terms of trying to consolidate, but it's just not enough. The bishop pair just too strong.
Yeah, and Magnus in the end ends up making a very Magnus decision here. He's gone knight e4. He actually, like, he does this in one of two ways. Either if he does find it, he goes very much playing for the gallery. He goes for something beautiful and exciting and crowd pleasing. Or if he can't find it, he just says, okay, I will win some technical endgame. Yeah. Because knight e4, like in order for white not to resign here, you have to take on e4 3 times. Like everything else will lose you material because this is a threat, this is a threat. Position is collapsing. So what he's saying to Fabi is, how enjoyable will you find the experience of continuing to play this endgame? Which is probably borderline lost without the pawn on c7, frankly.
Yeah.
It's a very difficult endgame without the pawn on c7. Maybe you can save, I don't know, 3 out of 10 or something, but you're going to hate life even there. And with the pawn on c7 still alive, it's just like very, very dead.
Yeah. That black rook's coming to the second rank. Probably the only way to stop it is to swap it off and then 2 bishops and a pawn down.
Yeah, it's just very, very poor. And yeah, it's also, in a way, even though I no longer have it open right now, but I think it's like a drop of 3 pawns, according to Sese, compared to rook d2. Like rook d2 is like -5 and a bit, and this is -2.5. But in a way, this could be forcing the resignation faster. Just because of how depressing the thought of continuing to play that endgame must be to any strong player. Because like Fabi knows, there's no chance in hell he holds it.
Yeah, if you look in the dictionary, -2, -5, I mean, they're both winning. So
yeah,
black,
exactly.
So it doesn't really matter which one he chooses.
Absolutely. And yeah, it's one of those, strange blunders, which really aren't a blunder at all. It's just a matter of taste and also a matter of what you think will be the most efficient way of beating a strong opponent from this position. And yeah, Fabi will consider, but I don't think he will play that endgame for very long because like you play knight c4 and like everything wins. Rook e6 c6 wins. Rook b8 wins. Bishop d5 e6 wins.
Yeah. Rook d8,
bishop. Yeah, like you choose whatever. Like the one thing I would probably try to avoid is allowing white e6, f6, bishop takes e7. But even those positions are utterly winning. They just give you maybe a semblance of hope somewhere.
Yeah.
So
it might go on a while at least.
Yeah. And he's actually gone for it. I was wondering if he will even, continue, but I guess he doesn't want to give Magnus the satisfaction of winning in 25 moves.
Yeah.
So they'll play for a bit, but I really don't think we need to be covering this. We know the result. We know sort of the broad outlines of how it will be won. So it's not really all that important to show this. We'll show when the game ends. In the meantime, Queen c2, bishop g4 happened in Richard's game. He even did not play queen d2, or continuing to confound us slightly.
I guess you defend e4 in some variations here, but it looks like such a weird square in general.
Yeah. Does he castle here, or does he finally take on f4?
If you take on f4, do you allow d5?
Yeah, but now we can castle, right? You have to calculate at the very least.
Yeah, I think we just take on h5, I guess. And how bad is this for black if I just play... Do I take on f3 ever, or do I play queen f6?
I don't know.
I don't really want my bishop to get stuck after d4, but I don't really see any way to bring it back either, so... Okay, let's say queen f6. I want to keep the idea of bishop g6 open if you play d4 a bit later. Okay, bishop b6. So bishop somewhere. Yeah, queen f4 is a threat. Bishop g6 sometimes.
Yeah. This is not very clear, because let's say if I go rook d1, I don't know how happily will you take on f3 twice here. Because the bishop on b3 is much stronger than the bishop on b6, at least for now.
For now, yeah. There could be kind of echoes of Giri against Keimer, just with some c5 at some point, just to try and get that bishop out of jail on b6. Yeah, I'm not sure now, but okay, let's try c5 just for instructive purposes.
No, I like it. I think we very much would, like, if d5 happens, we are very, very happy, because killing off this absolute monster on b3 is hugely
might play c4
beneficial, yeah.
But then again, I leave the knight alive. So, for example, dc5, bishop c5, maybe white just moves the knight, knight d2. Yeah, strategically, yeah, it's still very unclear what or how black should approach the position. At least, yeah, Praggy's got a position that it's going to be hard for Rapport to keep surprising him. Just like it is getting a bit more concrete.
Can we continue being, I don't know, what's the word?
Provocative?
Yeah.
Okay. And how is this different if I take on h5? Knight takes h5. Knight,
yeah, I wanted to try something different, like maybe e5 here and then rook h1, and try to pretend returning this into the game will be a challenge for black.
Possibly. I do wonder about these positions if black just blocks things with d5 and then says, okay, your bishop on b3 is a bit silly, but my knight on h5 is silly too. At least now black can hope to play g6 if necessary. The diagonal.
Yeah, this could be okay long term, because it's very difficult for me to actually get to that piece.
Yeah,
I have queen d2.
It's like a king's gambit somehow.
Very strange king's gambit where there's an extra pawn on f4, but somehow the pawn on f2 is alive, which is not something you see very often.
Not in regular chess.
No.
Okay, so it's still very complicated.
Yeah.
How about the king's Indian position, not the king's gambit?
They've been shuffling. I think black more or less entirely gave up on any kinds of ambitious ideas on the king's side, but he is holding the perimeter reasonably well. We left it here, and black played queen f7, a4, b6, queen a2, rook b8, a5, and yeah, Arjun is just a6 is an interesting choice for me. I don't know how obvious it is that this is, let's say, better than a takes b6 and opening the a file for yourself for the future, but this is what Jordan has done, and they've repeated once. Jordan does not repeat again. Goes rook d2, king h7. You're still sort of struggling to figure out where you're making an incision.
Yeah. Also, this tension with the queens on this diagonal, it feels like you've kind of closed off your options of trying to break with c5. I don't know if you can ever arrange b5.
I'm struggling to figure out how I'm going to rework my setup, because I think we have, I mean, not unlimited time, that would be a lie, but we have near unlimited time, because I think black does not play b5 themselves. They don't play c5 themselves because you don't want, like, allowing any knight to b5 with a pawn on a6 and a pawn on a7 would be a very, very bad mistake.
Does white play for b5 maybe? I'm not sure whether now is premature.
I think our issue is we don't really value the d5 square all that much in these structures because it doesn't really attack very much. And we have completely sealed off the queen side by doing that. So like knight b3, I go bishop b6. Yes, you put the knight on d5. I just play g6, g5 here, for instance. And I claim that, I mean, your position does look aesthetically a lot more pleasing than mine, maybe. But how are you making any progress against this setup?
Yeah, very good question. Yeah, I'm reluctant to touch anything actually for white, and likewise with black. Maybe just a weird status quo type of position.
Yeah, I couldn't really find where to put anything. Like, it all looks perfectly fine and we can shuffle forever. I don't think g5 ever happens while knight f5 is still a legal move you can make. For instance, let's say you play bishop f1. I think this would be a mistake from the black side. Like, it immediately gives me very clear targets here. I don't think we want to do that, even though it costs white a pawn.
Yeah.
My gut reaction is this improves white's chances dramatically, despite the fact that I'm not claiming I'm winning the pawn on d6. I'm just claiming that this is an improvement because I finally have very clear targets. So
light squares are super weak for black.
Yeah. So I think there is a lot of shuffling in both of our players' futures here, but how do you improve? Double on the g file and then what?
Double on the d file and then move the knight away, attack d6. Yeah. Black can just defend in
and
various
probably
ways.
goes bishop b6 and attack c4 or something. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Another factor here is that this is move 25, so they have rattled off quite a bit, but it's still 15 moves until the time control. Both of them have about 30-35 minutes, and it's just very difficult to make moves, which I think is very, very much in evidence because Jordan just goes rook d2, d1 back. It came from d1 on the previous move. So now king g8 would be a draw offer.
Is it already a draw?
In a way. Hang on.
King g8, is that 3 times? Wait, so
one,
rook ed8, 1,
2,
3.
Yeah, king g8 he can now claim.
Yeah.
But Arjun is a very ambitious young man, and I don't know. I'm pretty sure he doesn't think he's better. But I also think he probably, like, his choice of the King's Indian for today, I think is a pretty clear indication that he's very interested today in playing a game of chess against a player who, in this field, definitely is, sadly for him, one of the softer games of the tournament. So people will be trying to target it.
And we're being told that Magnus is about to wrap up that win. Maybe we just stay there for the closing stages.
So we got here, and now there's a pin along the c file. The only way not to lose material immediately, I think, is to play bishop f4. But unfortunately for Fabi, we go bishop d5, and wherever the knight goes, the simplest is just to play bishop b4, take on a5. And I don't think you actually continue 2 down. 1 down, maybe you can convince yourself to continue. 2 down, you don't really continue too much because, it's child's play to convert.
Yeah, this pin is just deadly. It looks over.
Yeah, otherwise bishop d5 just wins a full piece. So.
Yeah, I think we'll see Fabi resign. There's definitely no point kind of continuing here. Just extending the pain, get into the rest day, reset, and he looks despondent.
Yeah, he knows he basically lost the game in 1 move today, pretty much. I don't know if he knows what was better than bishop c2 already, but he must know that the position wasn't clear, and it immediately became very clear once he played bishop c2. So, losing a game to somebody you consider one of your major rivals in this fashion is never fun.
Yeah, you can see on both the body language, the body language of both players as well. They expect it to not last too much longer.
No,
bishop f4, bishop d5, as you highlighted, and I think this exact variation we're likely to see.
Yeah, You can choose, like, you can also take on a5 with the rook after knight b6, but I think taking the rooks off and then winning the pawn on a5 is much cleaner.
Yeah.
Not allowing white any kind of rook c8, rook c7 check counterplay. It's still not really counterplay, but why give white anything that could be mistaken for counterplay?
Yeah, and we'll stick with this game just for a moment longer. So let's see if Fabi continues, if he fights on. Yeah. Magnus, he's going to be loving life suddenly. It looked so tough.
More content with life at the very least, yeah, because the tournament, which looked like a complete disaster, is now looking a lot more manageable. And he does have a bit of a run-up. 5 rounds to go, a point and a half behind the leader. And yeah, it looks like they're signing the score sheets here. Yeah, Fabi finally resigns. Unsurprising, there really wasn't very much to play for anymore.
Yeah. Nice finish from Magnus. Very efficient at the end. And yeah, it looks like Magnus is running. He's in the last 5 rounds. He'll play 3 of the Indian teenagers. So it'll be fascinating to see how that goes.
Yeah, absolutely. On other boards, Ding looks like he's solved, I think, most, if not all, of his problems. As a matter of fact, a position like this already, to my eyes, starts looking like maybe you have to be a little bit careful, because b5 and a3 feel like they, long term, could become targets much easier than the pawn on b6 for black. So
yeah,
perhaps some care maybe even needs to be taken here by Wesley so as not to run into some problems. But yeah, I don't think so. GF is an interesting choice, by the way.
Yeah,
because it does allow a setup like this.
I guess he just wanted his knight on as active a square as possible himself as black. So c5 or e5, the knight on f6 would have been not ideally placed, dominated by the pawn on f3. Yeah, I guess pawn structure, kind of classical training tells you never take on f6 with a pawn and shatter your structure like this. But in knight endgames, it should be okay if you're super active, which he will be. Yeah, here, for example, I don't know, knight e5 maybe for black, or yeah, I was going to say
rook c8 or king f7 first, and
maybe f4, and white can hope for some activity on the other flank.
This is not that clear. Yeah, it's a committal decision, GF, by Ding. I don't know if I'm in love with it yet. It feels like it's very, very tempo dependent.
And he starts with f4, Wesley, so really cutting down on that knight e5 idea. Interesting.
King f7, king f7, f5 maybe is his point as well.
Yeah, that's literally the worst square for the king in these variations. Although knight e5 is maybe just fine.
Yeah, it's still okay.
Oh, wait, rook takes e5. Whoops.
Hang on.
I'm blundering everything.
Yeah, here, yeah.
Here,
I thought on the previous one, but it's actually here. Yeah.
Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, definitely not f7 then for the king. Yeah.
Well, I mean, even this, how unhappy are we, if we're honest with ourselves? I don't mind the king on d5 all that much.
Yeah. Actually, now you say it, it does look supernatural, but could be winning a lot of these endgames now if the rooks come off.
Oh, yeah, like we're comparing the king on e6 or d5 to the king on g1, you very much like black's chances here, and I don't think white can launch any kind of an attack against it. Like if you take, go knight e4. Even knight f3 I think is completely fine, but I would be interested in like something, as long as I don't blunder knight takes f6 though.
Knight f6.
Kind of important not to blunder everything in one move. Maybe f5 simply.
Yeah, 5 looks clever. Force the knight back and
then we go
marching.
Yeah, some position like this I start feeling like maybe white has already lost, because you just get pushed off. Yeah, like rook e3, knight d3, and it really does start looking hopeless. And we've only really maybe made one big mistake.
Yeah.
True. So I think king f7 is playable. If we want other moves rather than king f7, I'm guessing knight c5 is playable. Rook c8 I don't much like, because I don't like the idea of giving up the e-file so easily. Yeah. So the choice probably is between this and this.
Yeah, those look like the most natural candidate moves. Okay, the game Jordan against Arjun is still going, which is nice to see.
Yeah, as expected. Yeah, Arjun entirely uninterested in calling for the arbiter here and writing down the move king g8 on his score sheet. And apparently something bad has happened for Jorgen, because the engine is screaming at him now. Rook dd1, queen e7, queen d2, rook bc8, bishop f1, bishop e8, and he's played knight c2 here. And I assume if the engine is so unhappy, it has to be c5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I just don't understand why it would be concerned.
Okay, queen f7 played, and the evaluation bar goes back.
Mm-hmm.
So you must be right. Just this one moment.
Yeah, because it forces the knight to a very poor square.
Bishop a4 is also on the cards sometimes.
Maybe you can continue that queen a2. Bishop a4, I'm not sure if that's so important.
You can.
I think it's just on general grounds. We've achieved quite a bit by pushing this back, and maybe we can play bishop f7 now.
Mm-hmm.
Let me check. I feel like today I'm even hazier than usual, so I will.
Yeah, f4 is hanging, so it's kind of understandable that he didn't go for this and he just defended the f-pawn, but...
yeah, c5, knight b3, and it plays queen f7 even.
Queen f7,
Yeah, and
defending f4.
It becomes awkward to protect the pawn on c4, because we're also kind of hinting at c takes before if you play knight c3, and then perhaps tactics don't entirely work out for white. But I think just generally, I think what you could miss is that with the knight on e2, this is a very peculiar position where knight b5 allows knight takes c4.
Yeah.
Which is not a tactic which is generally available to white, because the bishop, for the past 10 moves, the bishop was guarding this pawn. And in this particular moment, it's not. So you're forcing the knight back from the good squares. And I think if you're not allowing the knight to land on b5, you just want to play c6, c5. It's, I think, just as simple as that.
Yeah.
You like the idea of playing c6, c5 and all of these structures. So queen f7 played, and yeah, now we're back to very similar situation where sorry, it's not here. Yeah, it's here. You can just play knight c3 back. And then
if we
things
I
are
think
control.
we can take on c4 there as black, because the queen might be in some trouble. I'm guessing. Not sure where we go. Queen takes a6.
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah. Rook c7, there's b5, all sorts of...
That was my hope, yeah.
Yeah, it's not surprising with the queen and a6. There might be some
you generally don't want to entertain those ideas too much, because they always look like you're very much playing with fire.
But Jordan will at least spend a couple of minutes checking. He can play knight c3 back, and
he could also play queen c2. Okay. And for some reason, c5 is no longer as strong. Not quite clear why, but it's not.
Maybe in some of those positions, knight b5 will be...
Yeah, I guess maybe now you can do this, which wouldn't have been possible because there would have been an x-ray along the g file. And we have knight takes a7 counterplay to knight takes c4. He's gone knight c3. Yeah, shuffling continues.
Yeah, and Gukesh making big progress on the queen side in his position.
Yeah. This is now very unfun for black. After g5, Gukesh very understandably, now that knight f4 has been taken away from him, he launches the other very obvious plan, which is b4, a4, b5. And interestingly, black doesn't even go knight a5 here, which I assume means that something connected with knight d4 was winning material.
Yeah.
Because generally speaking, I think you would very much like this knight to be on c4 and not e7. But he does go knight e7.
Yeah.
a5 played by Gukesh.
Maybe he was hoping to cover some holes by putting a knight on g6, but I mean, there's problems on both sides of the board for black. I like this idea that Gukesh has gone for, playing on both fronts.
Yeah, let's say in this position, you could, I don't know if it's the best, but you can definitely even consider something like this. Because it looks to my eyes, at least, that maybe the pawn survives on b6 if you take it. And then it might just be entirely decisive. And having fixed the pawn on a6 for all the future endgames, I think we are quite happily offering queen trades in many, many of these positions.
That's quite instructive. Black's knights go one way, and then you go the other way, and start playing on the queen side.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Poor Parham struggling today after yesterday's long grind.
Also, yeah, I mean, Parham obviously left yesterday's game with a much more, I assume, much more cheerful disposition than Fabi, because, I mean, he also must have known that he missed a number of important things along the way and was probably at some point lost from a position which, after move 40, did not look like it was possible to lose with white. But, saving a lost position is always better than not winning a winning position. So he would have been somewhat more cheerful than Fabio, but also extremely exhausted. And I think it kind of shows in his play today.
Yeah. I'm still thinking that the chess gods will punish 3h6, but
that as well. Yeah, he is being quite provocative for somebody who played 7.5 hours of chess yesterday.
Yeah,
and is playing black against. Once again, let's restate this point: a very strong player, despite 1.5 out of 7 here. We don't care. Still a very, very strong player who will be the world elite for years to come.
Exactly. So where should we go? Should we check in on the challenges again?
Yeah, there were some games finished there. There was a draw in the Mishra Donchenko game. In fact, he just played King A1 and offered a draw there, which was taken by Donchenko after some thought. And the first line is very peculiar. I think after Queen E3, Rook C7, the engine, for reasons known only to the engine, goes King G6. And white doesn't take on F7. I think on my screen, white wasn't even taking on F7 in this.
Because Rook F7 loses to Queen C1.
Queen C1, C4, yeah, of course, yeah. So honestly, this looks kind of interesting for black. I would be somewhat excited to continue playing, but they didn't. This was a draw, and there was one more draw. In fact, we were kind of selling this as somewhat unpleasant for black, but Max Parmadam just took a draw for here. It's not entirely unreasonable. The position is very, very quiet. It's not like you're going to be instantly winning after h4, h5. But I wouldn't have blamed him for continuing either. I think it's a bit of a free roll, maybe not a huge free roll, but a bit of a free roll. So why not continue?
Yeah.
This was also drawn. And we have some very sharp positions in the games that are left. Elena Roberts' knight is still on b1 somehow.
Black's pawns of it.
Yeah, black played f5, bishop d5, e4, takes, rook fd1, e4, e3. White took on d6. Vaishali played queen e4, queen e2, f4, f3. So it's been very much Vaishali making all the running so far, kind of calling the action, sacrificing stuff in the center to achieve some tactical supremacy. But so far, it looks like maybe Elena is holding her own.
Yeah. And it's come at the price of a pawn. So if the queens ever come off, white should be safe enough.
Yeah, very, very difficult for me to assess this position, because you're very tempted to like black quite a bit, because you have something. The king on g8 is very safe, the king on g1 much less. So there is still this really weird knight on b1, which, like, if you play queen f5, for instance, I don't think you can entertain the ideas of cb, rook c2. This looks very poor. Yeah. So you're still stuck with this knight really not doing very much. I guess maybe you can start chasing the queen.
Actually,
d5, rook d6, and so on.
Harassing the queen. And yeah, we just saw there, Peter, that we have a draw between, I think it's Anish Giri and Vincent Keimer.
Oh, this is interesting, because we didn't think that game was going to disappear so early, but Anish actually just went d takes e5 and offered. Which I guess means that after bishop takes e5, the combined threats of bishop takes a4 and g4, g3 are too strong.
I was wondering whether you can play bishop b5.
Yeah, we were trying to calculate this. At least I was. Takes, g3,
knight d3.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you take on g3 once first or not, but knight d3 at least hits f4.
Yeah, I wasn't at all sure this was, completely problem free for black. But they must both have calculated something. It's a bit mystifying to me. Let me just check for a second.
Yeah, but we can definitely tell that there's a rest day on the horizon, because most of the draws we've seen throughout the tournament, they've been fought out till king versus king or a repetition, but there have been several offers.
Yeah, Machine says this is equal.
Okay, but you play.
It's actually one of the main lines, and it says you're okay because the knight is coming to good squares, and if you take one of two, you cannot preserve. You cannot preserve the b5 pawn. So the evaluation is correct, but yeah, I think on previous days we would have seen all of this being played out.
Yeah.
But today, yeah, people do want a breather. It does feel like people actually very much do want a breather here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would have been tempted to play this on, even with a rest day on the horizon. But
with which color?
With white, I don't know, rook b2.
Yeah, but
maybe I'll get mated.
You actually are losing that pawn, right?
Okay, king e2. You take with the rook.
Yeah, no, I'm taking with the rook here. I'm claiming I'm really not much worse at all.
Yeah,
I think the evaluation is correct, but yeah, we just generally we see things being played out in this tournament day in, day out, but not today.
But for example, king e2, rook b5, rook b5, knight b5, knight d1. I'd argue that my king is more centralized. Weak pawns. It's going to be a draw, nearly definitely, but at least you.
Yeah, I honestly, I'm very tempted to just stop arguing with you for the sake of arguing. I just agree. Yeah. You run zero risks, and every once in a blue moon, you will actually win something here, and I don't know, get to play some 2 against 1 or something.
Yeah, and she's had a good tournament so far. He sits on his score.
Yeah. Elsewhere, after king g7, Wesley played a very quiet move, rook eg1, and Ding played knight c5. And this is exactly the kind of a scenario which I was talking about when I was saying that I feel that maybe white has to be careful. Like if you do something logical here and you allow rook e3, I'm not claiming black is already much better, but you suddenly have to pay a lot of attention. Because if this pawn falls, you will have to calculate very, very cleanly to make sure your activity, like maybe you go knight d4, knight f5, rook takes d5, and you're fine, but strategically you're not.
Maybe rook d5, rook d6, try to go for some of black's pawns too.
And then maybe, we can't play rook e1, so maybe I go rook b8 and try to...
Then knight d4 and rook
knight d4, rook d3 or something like this, and then king f7. And like we get here, and suddenly you realize
white's a bit tangled.
Black actually has controlled everything and wants to just go a4, a3, h7.
Yeah.
And there is nothing on the board that you can attack, seemingly. I don't know if it's true, but that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah, and it's very, very possible. I can imagine something like this being past saving even, because of how incredibly potent outside passers are against knights. Anyway, let's not get too carried away, because obviously Wesley is not even obliged to take on d5. You can go rook fe1. You can go king f2, king e3 looks a bit weird, but maybe.
Yeah, rook fe1 makes a lot of sense.
Bishop e2, knight c4. I don't know.
Black starts to play rook d8 and starts to try and create threats himself of opening things up.
Yeah,
I agree. It's starting to turn, at least in practical terms. Don't think Wesley will be enjoying it as much anymore. Should we continue our roundup of the challenges? I think we were interrupted there by the Giri result.
Yeah, so one other boards, very importantly, well, not importantly, but very interestingly, Bishop g4, queen b3 happened. And Jawahir did not take on f3 here, which... and not only did he not take on f3, he played knight c6, which was sort of the move that we expected after the capture, and then rook e6. Maybe the reason is rook ag1 here is strong. And if it does force us to play c6 and queen and knight g7, our threats here are much slower. But even this position honestly doesn't look clear to me at all, because I have rook b8, rook b2 counterplay. I have like queen h4 ideas everywhere, knight e5 ideas everywhere.
And blitz on taking black.
Yeah, I would have genuinely preferred this to what he did, which is knight c6. And now, of course, white will no longer allow any of it. Knight a5, queen b5, b6, c6, and we've kind of given ourselves this really weird piece on a5.
Yeah, I guess you could reroute it at some point with knight c4, but f3 might be a threat.
Yeah, currently f3 is a threat, and if you waste it, well, not waste, but if you preempt it by something like rook e8 or e7, I don't know which square to choose. I think we are playing b3.
Yeah.
But then a6, though, yeah. Maybe not b3.
Queen d3, knight c6, yeah, you're coming back.
Yeah, so we start by maybe asking you the question.
Maybe you can play b3 anyway. Also f3, but b3, a6, queen b4.
Yeah, I like this. I also spotted that, yeah.
And yeah, suddenly big problems with that knight.
Yeah, I think I would be, I mean, desperately is maybe not the right word, but I would be very, very invested in the idea of making bishop takes f3 work here.
Yeah.
Just because of quality of life issues.
Yeah,
I suspect I would enjoy those positions, and I really wouldn't enjoy these.
Mm-hmm.
So like if it completely loses, of course you don't play it. But if it does, if it's somewhat playable, I would be extremely interested. The Berlin is seemingly, the engine says winning for white.
There's some checkmate against the black king.
Yeah, I guess f6 comes in, yeah. So we left it here, and the king did get to h4 very, very quickly. As we said, this is the obvious, most dangerous plan. And then white took, one pair of rooks off, activated their rook, and then started pushing. And this is what we have on the board now. f6 wins the bishop. The question is whether this is enough. Honestly, it looks enough. Like just f6. I assume rook f2 is unplayable because this is probably more than a bishop.
c2.
But maybe not, yeah, c2.
I don't see a killer here.
Yeah. Rook f2.
Huh. I'm trying to see if there might be some kind of study-like finishes at some point where you kind of block with bishop f4 and or maybe bishop f4 now?
Takes c2, right?
Yeah, and there's no...
you have rook g7, yeah. You have rook g7, g1. This might be winning.
Although you got to count. Black's
once again, you have to calculate. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not... It's not a foregone conclusion, but you might be winning. Although, yeah, I don't know. I don't even have to care about king g6, I don't think. I don't need to burn a tempo on king f7. We just run.
Oh, but now a3, so you start with b4.
Okay, b4, yeah. Okay, let's go b4 first.
Yeah, I don't feel like this is something that white should be calculating. So f6, if we go back, rook f2.
Do we have to play f6?
Where's the win? Yeah. King g5 would be another question, I guess. Or king takes
king
h5.
g5, or even king takes h5. Yeah, but it does give black a tempo to play bishop e8 check, which kind of...
Yeah, that's why...
It feels like it's a bit slow.
Maybe you have the luxury of time, because white's bishop can always give itself up to the c-pawn. By then you might be mating. Well.
Yeah, it's definitely an idea, something like this. Just king g5, c2, king f6, and just coming in. But instinctively, I want more. But so f6, rook f2, what could we be missing? I guess maybe rook g7, king h8, rook. No, then you have bishop e8. But maybe this is just winning, right? Rook a7, because I want to take on a4. This obviously loses a full rook. And if you play bishop e8, I think this... you have king h7 there. Damn.
King g5 there? Oh, no. Wait,
what's
c2.
The threat, though?
No, sorry, I meant in that last. Yeah, but c2 was coming.
Yeah, kind of a peculiar position where the bar just tells us this is completely gone, but...
Doesn't explain why.
Yeah, but then doesn't explain why.
Yeah, the thing is in a game situation, right? If we see f6, rook f2, and we can't work out what to do next, he'll just have to play king takes h5 or king g5, or maybe just g4. There's some argument for g4, g5, g6, and try to mate that way. But yeah, we'll leave it to Velimir. I think his technique is very good in these types of positions, so he should be able to win this one.
Oh, okay.
Have you found the solution?
I asked. Today, really, I feel very, very brain dead. So I asked with no shame.
Is there something study like here? C2?
Not really study like, but this loses to bishop f4, and there's only one check.
Yeah.
Like we get here, f4 is suddenly protected, and this is only one check, and then you get mated.
Okay.
Which forces black to spend a tempo on rook f5. And if you have to spend a tempo on rook f5, I'm guessing we just win with rook g8 and f8, and this is enough. Because we can play... takes, like we give a check.
F3.
And then we go rook f3, c2, rook c3, and a passer will not be produced on the other side of the board. So eventually we, I guess, win this position somehow.
Yeah, that's not obvious at first glance, so it's understandable. Bellamy not gone for this yet. It's easy to miss as well, that line after Queen E1 check. There's Rook G3. I was missing that when I was trying to calculate earlier.
Yeah, Irvin is playing, I think, he's had enough of trying to defend unpleasant positions and is now trying to create some kind of an immortal.
Fair enough.
So what we expected did happen here, and White is, he did spend time to double on the C file, kind of, pretending to go back to his positional roots. And then, he faked his opponent out and is now back to giving mate on the king side.
Yeah, H6 for black, creating that hook on 17 is a bit
you
lazy.
have to wonder. Yeah, you have to wonder if black should just like completely ignore H3 and play, I don't know, Bishop D6 or whatever that he played the next one, like Bishop D8, A7. And then G4, G5 would be aimed sort of into the void to a very large degree.
Yeah. And in the game position, it looks like something bad is happening on the G file.
Yeah, Rook, the engine actually doesn't give White a very large advantage here at all, but it looks mighty scary, of course. Some kind of position like this where every single piece is aimed at your king and even the bishop on b2 is ready to join the action at some point when this knight goes somewhere. So in practical terms, you don't like this very much for black. Yeah, the Vaishali game is, Robert's Vaishali game is sort of
frozen in time.
Frozen in time here. Yeah, Vaishali very understandably taking a very long break here. I think she's been thinking for, if the website is correct, she's been thinking for more than half an hour, but the website, specifically in terms of timings, has been a bit on a blink, so we can't trust it 100%. But it does feel like I've seen this position some time ago and it still hasn't moved. Seems like a position where things are in balance, but it doesn't look like that. It's just because we can see the engine not really giving anyone an advantage. I think if I had this in the game, I would be very happy with black. I would feel that my activity should count for something. Like you play Queen F5, and let's say if White goes Rook D6, D3, maybe you start dreaming of some Rook C6, Rook G6 ideas, trying to provoke G4, play H5, and so on. And you're only doing this for one pawn, so you're always quite optimistic. And one last game in this group is, this has gone completely pear-shaped for White.
Yeah, bishop pair, full control over the queen side for black. White's king. Yeah, you're going to regret pushing those pawns at some point. I don't know how the light squared bishop disappeared, but it was...
we left it here, and black actually went knight A7, bishop B5. And after bishop B1, bishop A6, the threat of A5, A4 felt significant enough for Luis Paulos Chupi to play A4, and then this knight just came in eventually.
Yeah.
So sort of an exemplary game by Adiban in the French. French not really being an opening I necessarily associate with Adiban, but playing a very, very nice game today, and is now actually starting play on the side of the board which is supposed to belong to White. Very nice break with a 5 here. Not sure how to even meet it. Looks very, very promising for the beast.
Looks horrible for White, yeah.
Yeah. All of this has been played onto the board by Ivic, and they also, I think... No, this is move 39, so Ivic has to make one final move on 5 minutes. But honestly, having played F6 and Rook G7 check, you can't really make any other move. Oh, no, you can play Rook A... No, you can play Rook A7. Yeah, that's not true.
Yeah.
You can play Rook A7.
He's played F7.
No, yeah, he has, which means that he has seen the Rook G4 idea. And in fact, after Rook F5, I'm pretty sure the line I gave is winning, but the engine says G4 is even stronger.
Yeah.
Just kind of pushing it towards G6 and giving mate. So yeah,
D2 played instantly.
C2 played, yeah, okay. Then yeah, you just have to play Rook G F4. Here, legitimately nothing else works. So
it's move 41 though, so he'll just do some double checking, Ivic, and he'll find it.
He's already playing it, so we can maybe even stick around. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Rook G8.
Yeah, I think we know how this ends. So let's actually go back and take a look at. Whoa, things have changed. At least here.
Okay.
So after some repetitions, queen f7, knight c3, queen g8, queen e1, bishop f7, and Jordan went in with b5, c5, knight c6, and interestingly, Arjun declines to take on c6. I'm guessing he is not a huge fan of this, and I wonder if the reason is the move e5.
It's very possible.
Bishop e5, queen e5, yeah.
Oh wow, queen e5, yeah.
Yeah, this looks lost to black, because, yeah, the pawn on a7 is just an all-important thing. And even in the game, yeah, I saw this mentioned in chat, and chat was getting very excited about the possibility of rook knight takes a7. And this is what Jordan plays, rook a7, rook d6. This has gone from, well, not exactly 0, but definitely 200 in a blink of an eye. This looks very, very promising for Wijk.
Yeah, these young players, I mean, I was half expecting a 3-4 repetition, you know, just go into the rest day, and suddenly 5 moves later, it's total madness. And aside from madness that I think Jordan will be quite enjoying. Yeah, the b6 pawn, I guess we take a time out to defend it. It looks too valuable to lose.
Oh yeah, I don't think you can give it up for although, like, you have to calculate bishop takes c4, right? Because there's going to be knight jumps available.
Or knight c4, not sure which one.
Yeah, I like this one better because I like preserving this knight. I think of the two positions, I would much rather...
Yeah, I was hoping to trap you with queen d8.
Yeah, queen d8 though. Yeah, I missed queen d8. Yeah.
But maybe knight a4 and it continues. Oh wait, bishop b3. Oof. Rook b7 and rook b7.
Yeah, rook b7. Yeah.
It's very, very sharp, this line, of course.
This particular looks like maybe white is much better, actually.
This specifically,
in this specific position, yeah, like it's completely non-forced. We probably have missed a bunch of things along the way, but this one I'm taking white in a heartbeat.
Yeah, but the game position, are you taking white, assuming there's no kind of way for black to immediately consolidate? That's a big pawn on a6.
35, both roughly on 20 minutes, so time shouldn't be much of an issue. Yeah,
really hard to say.
I randomly decided that this is the position where I will not swallow my pride and ask. So I've been trying to actually engage the brain.
Yeah,
brain is refusing mightily to be engaged. I don't know what I think. Like I'm going around in circles here.
In general, I trust the pieces to at least hold the balance. But if we have to play an ugly move like rook b8, lose a tempo.
Yeah, but you also haven't actually held the pawn on b6 yet.
Yeah,
is my biggest issue here is that like it continues pressing.
Even a move like knight d5, for example, instead knight a4 is good, but knight d5 just to play kind of long term, let that knight be taken and maybe ed. I'd be terrified here as black.
Yeah. But I like the idea of trying to just get to that pawn. Like I go rook cd1 here. You will have to continue making unbelievably ugly choices here. I don't know, like queen e8, I guess. Yeah. Queen d2, bishop b6.
Yeah.
And honestly, at this point, I'm very much looking at knight takes b6.
Yeah.
The way the black pieces are, I'm legitimately very much looking at this and thinking this could just be straight up winning.
Rook takes b6.
Knight or rook?
Oh, rook takes, maybe. I just want to clear a path so that I have rook d7.
Yeah, okay. I missed rook d7. Okay.
But even this is vastly unclear. I mean, even if white just blunders everything, it just moves the queen.
Yeah, I mean, game definitely continues from here, yeah, but I did miss rook d7, which makes me kind of ashamed to continue. But yeah, we're not obliged to go completely bananas here.
Not yet. There will be a way. I mean, Jordan's already he's already gone a bit bananas, but okay. So rook b8, we do. I mean, I think we both agree it's super ugly. It's kind of last resort territory for black. Shall we go back to that knight takes c4, bishop c4? You said you preferred.
Maybe bishop c4. Yeah.
Yeah.
To which I think I have to reply with rook b6, bishop f1, queen f1, and.
How happy are we there? Knight c4 exists as a move. Knight c4, rook b7, I guess, again.
Maybe this is not that bad, though, because now I think we can maybe take and have a legitimate expectation of getting this off the board.
Knight a4.
Knight a4. I keep on missing knight a4, but I don't know, knight e3.
Yeah, who's better here?
Takes, knight c5, queen a2, or yeah, it's just random. The whole thing is just absolutely random, and I have no idea how it's evaluated.
But this random looks good for black with the e-pawn, and
this particular one looks very nice for black. Yeah, this particular one I'm taking black for sure.
Yeah. Now I'm drawn to just taking something on c4 if you can make it work. I think Russian should at least invest the bulk of his time on this one moment.
And in the meantime, something very exciting could potentially start happening in a game between Rapport and Prague.
Whoa!
And exciting not in a good way for black. Yeah, I don't like how Prague has treated this. I'm guessing he just calculated all kinds of stuff like connected with, let's say, the move rook e-g1 and the move rook takes h6 and so on. Rook e-g1, I assume he just wants to go king f8. But this is very, very risky.
Maybe bishop. Oh yeah. Rook takes g7, bishop takes f2. No, but then rook f7. Rook g7. Queen h1. Well,
yeah, I have queen h1. Yeah,
I need that rest day, Peter.
We all absolutely do. I need that rest day. Yeah, and it seems like best play for white here is very, very non-obvious, and it's also not winning.
Rook
so
h2.
I'm guessing young kids are just very good at chess, but I would be terrified, just absolutely terrified. The only move here that gives white any advantage, apparently, is rook h1, h2, which I think is borderline impossible to make on 9 minutes.
Yeah.
You just don't feel like you have the time for that, or the inclination, even, frankly. Like,
I could understand kind of after rook e-g1, king f8 there, and then you realize, oh, that rook is hanging, so then you play rook h2, but rook h2 first, that's another level.
And play continues d5, e5, f6, and then something. But yeah, I think rook h2, you really need to refute everything else before you even, direct your mind in that direction. Yeah, that was a very, very beautiful and eloquent sentence in the English language.
I approve.
Yes. Can I cram some more direct related words into that sentence, do you think? 2 or 3, somehow.
I will direct you towards I don't know. Yeah, now's not the time to be spontaneous with wordplay.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook h2, classy move, but I guess you just get there by elimination if
the only way you get there is by actually coming to the correct conclusion that none of your direct options are actually all that good.
Yeah, wow. Prague really living life on the edge, but maybe he'll survive. He's a pawn up. The materialist in me says survive the next 5 moves. And
it really does feel like, in particular, if you find the moment to play d6, d5 and not get mated, and which solves a massive issue of somehow neutralizing the bishop on b3, which is a very large part of why this is dangerous for black.
Yeah, d5 also does introduce the idea of bishop b8.
Exactly. I was going to point that out.
Really
bishop b8, bishop f4 is very, like, I still have to wonder, like, why is rook g1 here not the move?
I was wondering about bishop b8 here anyway, Peter.
Rook g7, king f8, yeah?
Yeah. I don't know if this works, but
rook h4. Yeah, I don't know.
Like,
how convinced can you be, like, on 15 minutes about any of this?
Queen f6, you have rook g4.
yeah. Like, you actually, oh no, you don't. I was going to say you have bishop f4 here because rook f4, queen h1, and I can take on g7, but unfortunately there's this, which wins everything.
Yeah, wins the house.
Yeah. No, still a very, very fun position to discuss, and a position in which it's very possible to make very attractive but very inaccurate moves, in particular on low time. Richard left himself 6 minutes here for 17 moves.
Whoa, that's very relevant.
Yeah, and in the meantime, in the game between Gukesh and Maksudlu, black got the move d5, d4 in, which chat is very much disapproving of. I think Gukesh wasn't really all that worried because I think he wants to play e4 generally and e5, but maybe it gets blocked. Yeah, maybe it just gets blocked, and then black suddenly starts thinking, I can imagine some positions where I can start playing.
Yeah, this is far from optimal, allowing d4, unless there's something to do with the pin on the d file that he was banking on.
And by the way, we missed an opportunity to discuss the thing we were discussing earlier. And this is honestly somewhat shocking to me.
Okay.
White to move here.
White to move.
I'm doing this in such a heartbeat. I'm not even thinking.
You're not even thinking. Queen takes...
No, but like, we discussed this. I'm doing this so quick.
Yeah, here specifically as well.
The position disappears off the board before anybody notices. I understand we're not winning exactly, but like, I'm so happy about this if I have a choice.
Yeah, here there's zero risk for white, at least for the safe king.
No, it's not even that we have zero risk, even though we do have zero risk. And in the meantime, Richie has played Rook H2. These guys can play some chess. But also, like, I genuinely feel like I should be winning here, which I guess +1 here doesn't inspire that much confidence in that result, but I would have expected actually more than +1. But I would have expected this to eventually, for black to drop the pawn on d5, and then we win. It might take me 10 moves or it might take me 25. But I will eventually maneuver my pieces, like I will play knight c1, knight e2, knight g4, I will bring the rook back, put it on d3. And then eventually, simply the fact that I have 4 pieces in play and you have 3 will become the most important by far and the most telling factor in the entire position. It is so shocking to me that he's gone for something else.
Yeah, this is forced, right? Queen takes b7. Did he have anything else?
No. I mean, otherwise you play without the a5, like rook c7, queen b6, rook b8, queen c5, and we've resigned pretty much. Yeah.
Wow, that's
so stylistically, and rook a1 isn't that, like, in terms of pure like centi-pawns, this is not a mistake as such. Like it throws away maybe 0.25 of a pawn. It's not very much, but stylistically, like, I would have thought for about 10 seconds here.
Yeah,
like I would check if something else wins on, like I would check if maybe knight c5 wins by force. Which I assume it doesn't because of knight takes a5 ? I don't know.
Yeah, and then you calculate this for a bit, and then
I check.
This doesn't work. Then
I check that I don't miss something here.
Yeah,
because if knight c5 wins, it wins on the spot, and then I just take on b7, I take on c8, and I go from there. Like, I'm not saying I win, but I do this immediately. I spend no time on it, and in the meantime, this is the position, and it's become somewhat manageable for black, I would say.
Yeah, and like you said, momentum could certainly change. Gukesh, as has been one of his downfalls this tournament, time trouble, 7 minutes for 12 moves. Far from ideal. He's made a few time trouble slips. D4. I wouldn't even know where to start with white. As you say, E4 we look at, knight D7. Black has a blockade.
Yeah.
You don't want to take on C6, that's just bailing out. A knight move perhaps, but
I think knight e1 maybe is the one way to do something to at least confuse black, because we're preparing in advance for the move knight e5 by overprotecting f3. We are stepping away from the g file, reintroducing the pin. I don't know what the threat is, but just generally, like, make this move, ask the question.
Some threats of a6, perhaps. Knight e1 is, I think, the best.
Yeah, and once again, my impassioned speech about queen takes b7, that is not to say that Gukesh necessarily will not win this game from here, but it is a kind of a noticeable enough departure from what I would have assumed is absolutely the best choice for me to actually criticize somebody who is, let's say the words again, say the words, Bart. Gukesh is a very strong player.
Very surprising decision. I agree. That's pretty much if we discuss queen versus 2 rooks. I mean, I think of examples like Carlsen against Nepo game 6 with that queen, also queen takes c8, just like this one. And that one, it's like super complicated because the queen has targets. The rooks weren't coordinated. But then this is like a diagram version of the ideal where you have full stability, safe king.
That's exactly how I feel about it. Yeah, like what else can you possibly want from that material balance? You have very safe pieces. Black has a weakness he will have to defend for the rest of the game, and no other counterplay. In the end, Arjun took on c4 with the other piece.
Hmm?
And after rook b6, he finally reintroduces the h5 knight, which was on h5 since move 11. Now it's move 37, and it's finally going back to help with the defense.
26 moves sitting on the edge of the board. That's rare for a knight.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the idea if knight a...
97, I think, simply.
97, rook b7.
Yeah, we take, we go rook b8.
Wait,
it's a useful piece, right?
c4 is always defended, yeah. Okay, and if I can't go direct, 97's coming. I really want to push the e-pawn somehow, but it's just not working right now.
Yeah, I can't make it work either, yeah. You can be very fanciful, though. I don't think it works, but you can.
Oh, you want to take on g6?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
As soon as you say fanciful, it's like, oh, the ideas.
I think the problem is knight takes e5 just wins because it comes into d3 or something. And we also don't have particularly good square. I guess we go back to d6, maybe. Like, it's not immediately ridiculous, weirdly, because king g6, queen e4 check, I think might just be good for white. Because I think if you go forward, you get mated, so you have to go back. And I take this winning check. Yeah, and I collect a lot of stuff along the way. But yeah, I assume, first of all, there must be something here. And also, very sadly, this might be a move.
e5.
This might be a move.
Rook g6 anyway, maybe.
Knight c3.
And...
we're just ignoring it. Yeah, we're just going
we're just... I think we can still ignore it, yeah. Bishop f7.
This is fun, yeah. It's not going to happen, but this is a lot of fun.
I don't know. It is Jordan. He'll be looking... He always loves those kind of quirky little tactics. e5. Yeah.
David?
Is that the best move?
First line.
We get some things right by sheer luck.
Yeah, and then obviously completely fail to believe ourselves.
Yeah, I think from experience that's why we.
No, but this is quite because I liked it. It was very appealing to me on aesthetic grounds, but I was so sure it doesn't work because of something. But no,
it's so rare
the strongest line.
It's so rare that the picture skew moves actually align and sync up with the best moves.
Yeah. No, it's quite remarkable. And actually, better for, not just playable, better for white.
Whoa. So e5, what does black have to do? Does he have to move the knight, or do you pin the e-pawn?
95 even worse. 97 best move.
Best move.
Yeah, and then we do this, and we just go back to d6, and we have queen e4 coming in.
Yeah, something along
those lines. And this does, it's very important that we now have this square for pieces.
Yeah. Psychologically as well, it would be such a kind of big blow if we get here and Arjun's like, wait, rook g6 happened, I couldn't refute it. I have an open king, there's pawns are running.
Yeah. In the meantime, this one will be a draw. Just very briefly, I'll put this on the board once, and then we will not discuss it ever again. They found a way to swap everything down. I don't think they were looking for it. The position just equalized itself. And after rook h2, d6, d5 wasn't played by Prague. And now I think Richard has a very, very pleasant game because this is a very cut-off piece. White wants d4, e5. The one thing to watch out for would be to play d4 and not have a reply to c5. But I'm pretty sure you will have a reply to c5 somewhere.
Yeah, at this point, pleasant looks like an understatement. It just looks like you might steamroller black if he's inaccurate of the next few moves.
Yeah, king f8 was you needed to actually force yourself to calculate with d6, d5 there, according to the machine. Black isn't lost here, but you definitely start feeling that this is just so much easier to play for Richard now. And in the meantime,
e5. Oh, it's happening. Yeah, I mean, rook g6 is the only justification, right?
Yeah,
d7,
he
can't go
he certainly played it to take on g6. Yeah, there's no question. He certainly played it to take on g6 next move. After knight d5, and one thing we didn't get right is that here it just takes and goes h2, h4, and says this is borderline winning for some reason. Because black is completely hamstrung, no moves.
Yeah, bishop d3, rook d6 is...
Yeah, rook d6 comes in eventually, but we don't have to hurry with it. So after knight d5, you don't have to play rook takes g6, but knight d7 rook g6 is.
How do we refute bishop takes c5 here? Oh, just rook d1.
Or h3, yeah. Bishop b5, which I think rook c4 is very strong. Because we have bishop g1 in the end.
Yeah, I forgot about bishop g1.
Yeah, we have bishop g1 and we're not getting mated.
Yeah.
And eventually those two probably will decide the game.
Has Parham found a clever way to equalize in his game against Gukesh? 95.
95 is a good move. Yeah, 95 is a good move. Now Black has a lot of counterplay. This is all of this needs to be controlled somehow.
Yeah,
it seems like Gukesh has let this go quite a bit.
Knight 3 minutes.
I guess we just go queen e6.
3 minutes for 11 moves as well.
Yeah, it's maybe time to find some kind of a concrete way to get things off the board.
Just take on d5, take everything.
Yeah, but then you can play a6 there. You can play a6.
Yeah, should
it's not very glamorous, but maybe you actually do this by this point because it looks like you've lost control at least to some degree, and continuing past that point.
Yeah,
like some people do, but for me it would be very, very difficult.
Yeah, I don't even see a logical move here for White that doesn't allow any scary counterplay. So, yeah, missed opportunity. Okay, we're waiting for rook g6 here.
Yeah, well, there's no way you play anything else.
Is this the... Okay, no, this isn't the Jordan camera that we're looking at right now. Just want to see the reaction when rook g6 happens.
Yeah, 95 blitzed out, of course. Yeah, and now he just puts it back on d6.
I was wondering if there's any way to do anything artistic like rook takes g7, but I don't think it quite works.
Yeah, you can, but you don't have access to the d4 square, right? Like in this position, you force king h8, but without the access to bishop d4, this is just a rook.
Yeah.
So I don't think you go here. It doesn't really look like it works. Yeah, rook g6 already played.
Yeah.
Yeah. People being good at chess is a recurring motif here.
Yeah, we're reminded daily at this point. All of these guys are there for a reason. Yeah, I mean, I would be terrified. I don't know what the computer evaluation is, but I would be
manageable. Basically, it says manageable. We're still kind of okay if we play precisely. Best moves are queen f8 and king h8, preempting queen e4 check.
Yeah,
I think it's a difficult move to make. Yeah, I think queen f8 is possible. Yeah, just you need to challenge something. You need to start bringing stuff into play. But yeah, but it looks terrifying. And interestingly, after queen f8, queen e4, king h8, it actually goes all the way back. My biggest problem if this were my position, I would be mostly worried about rook cd1, reinforcing control over the open file. But I guess it doesn't work due to some tactics.
Rook cd1 is like an automatic, right?
Yeah, but actually it's this, and then it even drops the queen back to c2 and kind of recollects its thoughts and then starts pushing.
Okay, if that happens, I'm going to get a t-shirt printed out saying that these guys are good at chess. But
yeah, okay. So Gukesh has found a way to do something weird,
involving a sacrifice.
Yeah, I'm not. Apparently, this is still fine. I guess maybe queen b6 is the idea.
Yeah,
or maybe d4, d5. D5, queen f6. I'm very worried now.
It feels like he's going to get hit by some surprise at some point in with 2 minutes. Yeah, and in this form,
hang on, we are losing the f2 pawn in the other line. It's amazing. He's actually on 2 minutes. Yeah. On 2 minutes, he's gone for this position voluntarily. Whoa. And apparently it's fine.
Wow. I mean, it looks like you're getting mated after rook d4.
Yeah. Rook d4, queen b7. Yeah, chill out. Don't panic on the cover in large letters, as is well known.
And then you probably hold some 3 versus 2.
Yeah,
after the a pawn drops.
Like some position like this.
Yeah. Actually, the a pawn doesn't drop yet.
Not yet. Yeah, not yet.
Whoa.
So yeah, you print "Don't panic" in very, very large letters on the cover, and you don't panic. But yeah, would be quite difficult for me. I have to say, would not be at all comfortable to go for this.
Choosing this with under 2 minutes when you're having a tough tournament, when you could have had a forced draw pretty much instantly. I understand he knew he was better, but a few moves ago. But yeah, this is next level stuff. Knight c3. Yeah, I guess d5 queen f6 is just too uncomfortable.
Yeah, d5 queen f6. You've resigned basically.
You resigned,
for a very specific reason, because now if you queen b6, we take here, and after queen c7, knight e2 is basically made.
Yeah.
Because then bad things start happening to you. Yeah, queen b6 played. Yeah, knight d1. Rook c7 actually completely fine for black here, but
I was going to ask.
Yeah, knight d1 blitzed out. Yeah. Not interested.
And
not interested.
I mean, every move looks pretty much forced at this point for Gukesh, which helps the clock situation. But
it does, yeah.
That final position, how treacherous is it? Does White have to avoid any pitfalls? If
I think it's actually okay, because you have queen b6. You're not even losing the a pawn very efficiently anywhere.
I was more worried about knight d4, for example.
Knight d2 is a threat, right?
And knight f3 is.
But I guess no, queen takes f1. Yeah.
I would be still really, really scared here.
Yeah, it's very peculiar that this is completely fine, supposedly. Actually, I don't understand why. Like, those two are large threats.
Rook d1 or something. Knight f3 still.
Knight f3, yeah, we've lost. Yeah, I don't know. This is very, very confusing. Why isn't this just gone? And actually, the pause after knight takes d1, I think he actually legitimately, like, the idea that black can land anything on e1 is so alien, because you've had the first rank. Yeah, he's taken on c7 now, but it looks like the pause was very much because he realized something he calculated wasn't quite right.
Yeah, I want to use that word panic now. Yeah, panic sets in. But okay, maybe we should stick with this for the time being. Although Prague's king is on d7, Peter. So.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of very exciting positions. Arjun played rook e8 instead of queen f8 and is apparently now in significant trouble. Prague is in a lot of trouble because the king doesn't actually get to safe squares. It's just very, very difficult to play after rook g2. Let me just briefly show this on the board. Yeah, this is just such a poor piece, and the king is very, very unsafe. If you get black a couple of times, attempted to play king c7 or kg8, it will be okay, but you're not going to get there, most likely.
Looks like the trio of Indian wonder kids are really struggling in all three boards right now.
Yeah, but let's go back here and watch the conclusion,
the scramble.
Yeah.
So this is move. Oh, I've lost track. Move 33. Okay.
No, already all of this is played. Bishop g2 is played. This is 35.
Rook takes d4 looks just automatic.
It does look very logical, yeah, because things are hanging and you do want to continue generating threats. Hard to imagine what else do you play.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could consider knight c3, but actually no, rook f1, knight e3 maybe. Yeah, you just take on d4, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they get to that position, and then the question really is, why isn't this lost? Which I'm very much struggling to.
Maybe it's to do with the black king. So, for example, if I play king h1, knight e2, queen b8, at least I've freed up my bishop.
Yeah, bishop b4. Yeah.
How can Gukesh see this in advance? I mean, luckily it'll be move 40 by this point, but
yeah. I think once again, as we've been describing over and over again, you get there move by move. You just assume everything else loses, and you just make the moves that you have to make.
There's also queen takes g3, queen takes f7 in this position. I don't know how important that is, but just to force the draw.
Yeah. Yeah, we could maybe switch to this if it gets to the critical position, because I want to talk about a little bit about this one, where Prague has played g6, and now the way to actually seemingly win this for White is, I thought it was difficult. What Richard has done is not bad, but the strongest, according to the machine, was shockingly this, where I'm not even sure I can understand what the immediate threat is. It allows black the time to play king c7. And that was supposedly just completely gone. Maybe queen g2 here is very strong or something. I don't know. Instead, he's played a 5, to which we can go gf, rook g7, and then like d5, d5, king c7. And you probably end up in some endgame like this, which you can imagine not losing. Like queen g2, king g2, we play rook a8, we play rook f8. It doesn't look like it's bad, because there will be like a bishop on h5 and a rook on e8, but you will establish some sort of a blockade. And it's not immediately obvious just how horrendous it is.
Yeah, he'll need to take an f5 here.
I think he has to. Because once again, if you play king c7, white just takes on g6 twice, and your king is just never safe.
The bishop on a7 is still dead.
Yeah, you're always sort of at least one tempo short here, because if you could at this position already have like the rook on c8 and the king on b8, you would still be much worse, but you would maybe not get mated. Whereas in the current position, feels like the queen goes to h2 at some point.
Yeah,
or f4. Like it lands on this diagonal, and then you have to run forward. And if you have to run forward, you never ever survive.
Yeah, this still looks horrible. I've got to say, Prag. He's got a clock issue as well. 2 minutes, just under 3 minutes now to make,
and for significantly more moves as well. Yeah, this is 3 for 10 in a bad position. Yeah, which is far from ideal. In the meantime, the other game is hurtling towards that position that we were discussing. Already up to rook takes d1 played. Absolutely no reason not to play rook c2. Yeah, exactly. Rook c2, rook g1 also on the board. Move 38 reached. In this position, because you cannot take, absolutely no reason not to play knight d4. I mean, what else do you even play? Rook c3 maybe, but it allows queen c7. It doesn't really look right. Yeah, knight d4 on the board. And yeah, the suspicion is, king h1 is strictly the only move that doesn't resign here.
Yeah, process of elimination, you get there, but and 1 minute should be enough. Took us a while, but knight f3 is just so deadly that you have to sidestep. Is there a difference if queen b8?
Queen b8 first loses because for some reason,
but like now knight f3 after king h1.
Yeah, now knight f3, and the problem is, it doesn't really matter. I was going to say we're also threatening queen g2, rook c1, but it never gets to that. It never becomes. Hang on, queen b1. Queen b1. I guess we go king g7.
Yeah,
queen a1, king g8, and we end up picking up this exchange.
Also, queen g3 is just a checkmating threat.
Yeah,
in this position.
And after king h1, by the way, if black plays knight f5, currently on my screen it says queen b8, king g7, g4. And this is one of those where I just shrug.
Yeah. Knight g3,
but this will be move 41 though. And honestly,
he's found it.
Yeah, Parham has 13 minutes here. So Parham absolutely has enough time to try and figure out how to ask the most pertinent question. This is such, oh my God, I'm looking at the first line here, because we kind of stopped here. We kind of stopped here and said that the bishop gets freed. It does get freed, but
still some issues.
Sort of who cares, right?
Okay, we can only check from b7.
Yeah. The thing is, the engine goes like this and says it's a draw. But I'm wondering if queen b7 is still a draw.
Yeah. Like king...
Because if you go...
g6?
No, king g6, yeah. And then maybe h5. No, queen a6. h5 loses to g4, I actually get mated.
Yeah.
So maybe it's not that important. Although...
If I run towards the center...
Yeah, g7, b7, f6. And then e5.
Yeah.
This might be winning. Yeah, he's already played knight f5, though. Yeah, Parham also understandably wants to keep the pressure on the clock. Queen b8 only move that doesn't lose.
That's
yeah, because g4 obviously, like you can't give up control of this diagonal. You will get mated.
Yeah,
I assume is the reason. There's no way you can afford to do that. So yeah, you have to play queen b8, and then very, very luckily for Gukesh, after king somewhere g7, I assume he will have. Yeah, he's already played queen b8. The score sheet provides a very, very welcome break for him here, because if this is move 40, you're probably not enjoying things very much. But on move 41, you can just rule out everything else and make the best move.
And G4, you mentioned, is strictly the only move? Or
I think so. Yeah, Queen E5 is somewhat playable, but you're worse.
Queen A5 you rule out because of F6 and there's no check.
Yeah, like it just gives up. It just gives up the pawn on G3 with check, but provoking F6 apparently is useful, and knight G3 is not a winning threat just yet. But G4 the only thing that actually preserves full-on equality. So let's switch to Rapport versus Prague, where this now looks hopeless.
So you're mentioning he had to pretty much take on E5 on the last move. But...
That seemed like the better practical choice.
Yeah,
because now we might you can go in.
Yeah, I was going to say we might get something similar with the queens on the board, which is going to be way more scary.
Yeah,
white pawn.
And the thing is, white can prepare. Let's say you can even play something like rook E1, E2 next move, and then EF, and that pawn survives. And if it survives, it's just you're playing a bishop down, and there's also a passer on the 7th. So. Yeah, this is probably not going to end well for the young man. So after the high point of winning his second game yesterday, a very clean game against Jordan, he's going to go back to +1 if he loses this. But still, obviously, an incredibly creditable performance for him. And he lost against a very, resourceful and creative player who got exactly what he wanted out of life today. An absolute mess where it was very, very difficult to orient yourself properly. And in the end, like that old Tal quote, only one person emerges from the woods.
Yeah. 2 + 2 is 5 sometimes. Rapport only has 2 minutes himself, so I don't know if there might be some twists and turns just before move 40. I don't know if we stick here.
I think so, because the other ones have gone past the time control, so there's not as much to discuss.
So, okay, both sides have 8 moves to make. 2 minutes for Rapport, 1 minute for Prague. Queen takes H6. First, I don't think it makes a difference. You can flick an E6 check as you.
I think Queen takes H6 is probably also plenty good enough, because you can't really stop it. And D5, Rook E5 doesn't look like a massive improvement, although maybe you actually take this one over the previous one, with the expectation that you'll have to give up both this and this, but maybe in that time you'll play Rook D8, King C8, King B8.
Yeah,
and then you do have drawing chances. E6 on the board. King 7 strictly only move.
Yeah, still obvious.
Exactly. You can start with bishop h5. It doesn't really look like much is being done wrong here if you don't take on h6 first.
It would have been nice to get that pawn, for example, if Queen f6 now. I mean, we'll get something similar just without having picked up the h6 pawn.
Yeah. But we do get the rook to e8, so it's not really like we're in trouble. Was the king walk necessitated or strategical? Basically, after rook h2, you could play d5 here, but you needed to figure out why it doesn't lose to rook g1. It wasn't at all obvious to us. I actually still don't know. Maybe rook e6 holds or something. I really don't know.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe rook e6 holds.
That makes sense.
And then we continue reinforcing the blockade, but this still remains extremely scary. Like even this position, the bishop is about to get revived, and we haven't really achieved very much with black. But if you see d5 but don't see how to defend that position, it does look like eventually white will start generating a lot of threats against the king here. So you play king f8, and then you get here, and I think most people would try running because it doesn't look like it survives on f8. So. Kind of bit of both, I guess. It would be my answer.
Yeah. And we see Queen f6 and then rook takes f7, I think, on the camera.
Yeah.
And we're going to get this pawn on f7. And if we could teleport the black bishop over to g7, then maybe a fortress, but yeah, this is so hard to believe that.
I mean, the question is after rook f8, rook e8, rook f7, like how lost is this? And it is very lost, I think, for once again the very same reason.
Yeah,
this is so far out of the game that white, I think, converts very, very comfortably. If it was on some kind of a normal square, I don't know, f6 here. Even let's say if bishop g5 is not a threat, like with the king on b1 and the bishop on f6, I think you have realistic chances of at least creating a bunch of problems in the conversion. But yeah, with the bishop on a7, you're not really very hopeful.
I do wonder whether white can finesse it and not rush in with rook e8 just to prevent this rook takes f7 idea. I'm not sure how. Queen, e2, maybe e3, somewhere.
Yeah, it's the same idea. Yeah, just going for endgames here also makes a ton of sense.
Queen e8
current threat is queen e7 I think is the biggest threat, right? Just queen e7 and then rook e8 in the end, and that's a full rook.
Yeah, and if king b6,
we can still go queen e7. That was sort of my point.
Queen h8, you take on a thing.
Yeah, we just take on d6, and we can like. I think I give mate here by this point. I just switch to giving mate to this king because it never really gets to the corner.
Yeah, it's just
although your thing is quite flashy as well.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, because this is never perpetual. This is one check.
He's played queen e3, so yeah, he wanted more than just that.
Yeah, very understandable. And yeah, you kind of have to take on f7, but then we get this endgame, which is like utterly lost because you will lose both f5 and h6 in a very short order. Like takes, king c8, and you can choose which order you pick them off. I guess I go rook h7.
Now
d5, rook h6. Yeah, but
the problem is
it doesn't actually hold.
Yeah, the bishop's so bad.
Yeah, it's just such a horrible piece that it actually doesn't actually hold. And 4 against 4 is a very, very straightforward victory for white, of course.
And we're racing into this game, as you say. Yeah, and I think it's very unlikely Prague will save this now.
Yeah, doesn't look possible. Let's briefly take a look at the challengers and then maybe take a bit of a break. In the challengers remaining games, I think we missed a game ending somewhere. Let me check which one. Maybe not. Ivic did win with f7, rook g8, and bishop f4. So Ivic does convert this into a full point. And the games running are very, very importantly for the standings here. Mustafa Yilmaz is a full rook up somehow.
Wow.
So after bishop c1, black played bishop f5, b3, a6, queen d3. Kind of converting one type of an advantage into another one. And then I guess some kind of a weird miscalculation happened because yes, white is a bit better here, but it doesn't really look like it's too bad.
I think he blundered in 3 moves time.
Yeah, and then he went here. Already this looks kind of sus because the rook on h4 is not really looking all that healthy. Took on h2, and then after f3, f4 realized that something big is about to drop and had to do this. And unsurprisingly, this is not enough compensation for a full rook. It doesn't really look like it's ever going to be a full compensation for a rook. The conversion was kind of quirky, because like I would have probably found a way not to go towards the center here with white. But on the other hand, we do want it on g1. Like if it gets to g1, the game ends. So maybe we are criticizing this completely unfairly. In fact, by move 35, this piece is on g1. And the current position is this, where, yeah, you just play queen c3, I guess, and they, hang on, queen g4 check.
Then we go back to f3 and repeat once. Maybe just queen g2.
He's played queen c3. Still queen winning, though, so I'm missing something simple. Maybe rook f3 is just enough somehow.
Yeah. Minimum, you go back to f3 and then you get closer to the time control.
Oh, yeah, maybe just go back and then solve it some different way. In the meantime, this game will probably end in a draw, most likely end in a draw, because Elena managed to stabilize, and she is one down in the end game, but e3 looks like it shouldn't survive for much longer. Bishop f4, you can even play knight c4, I think, rook g2, king d3.
Mhm.
and just start taking on e3.
Yeah.
Soonish. Looks fine.
This
looks fine, and it's also move 41, so
Mhm.
she will be okay.
chaos on the other boards though as well.
Well, not much chaos here. I think this is completely lost as expected. Knight of 1 f5, Shupi took on f6, and black started coming in on the king side. And yeah, very, very beautiful move there by Adiban, because it looks like it's difficult to make progress. And then this happens.
Wow.
Very cute.
A really picturesque move.
Yeah, very, very cute. You have to enjoy making a move like this, knight of 3, because this is just made.
Yeah.
And you have to take with the knight, and now they're thinking this is move 40, king h2. You can pick up the pawn on h5 with check as well. And eventually you'll just take on f3 and
another game just disappeared.
Why didn't he play queen g4 check? What on earth?
Sorry?
What on earth?
Which position?
I am so confused.
Just resigned.
No, he played 93 and allowed queen takes f6, which is like
oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, I will actually ask, because it's very like, yeah, you have to go back. Like queen g4, you have to, I mean,
that's pure kind of panic / time.
Yeah, I guess he had absolutely no time, but like at least you force him to find a better move. Queen e3 is completely winning here. It's not like, black missed a massive chance to actually not lose the game, but like after queen c3, you give this check.
At least ask the question.
G4, and like rook f3 is already not winning anymore, and everything else loses. So yeah, a kind of a real blind spot, because 93 doesn't even generate a threat. Like I can play king c2, I can play rook c7, I can play whatever I want here.
Yeah.
Sindarov just losing his way, I guess, on very, very little time. And one final game that we haven't talked about yet is this game between Erwin Lemy and Thomas Bertsen, where we left it somewhere here. Black played e5, which I saw briefly was the top computer line. b4, a3. I wouldn't have been very eager to open the long diagonal here at all. ef4 doesn't really look that great to me. So he took twice, knight b5, rook e8, knight g4. The bishop is now very alive. And yeah, it's very difficult to comment on this. I have no idea what was going on, so I will just show you the current position. And supposedly just now, a very, very massive swing happened after queen h1, because after queen h1, white was supposedly a bit better. Actually, white was lost after rook g3 to the move bishop d6, which I guess neither of them are seeing for quite some time already.
Not easy. Yeah,
bishop d6 with the idea of queen d6, queen h2 check, and suddenly you lose the rook on g3 because this drops the queen.
But maybe are we heading back in this position? Because
I think so. And he will have finally time to think. Yeah. But after queen h1, for a brief moment, if white actually recovers his senses and does something like bishop c3, for instance, just taking more squares under control, stopping queen e1 check, perhaps introducing the idea of bishop d2, it becomes very unclear. But he has gone rook g1 back. Queen h4 check has also been played, and now he has to play rook g3. Everything else is basically mate in 2. And black will finally be able to get up and take a drink of water, splash some water on his face, and perhaps he finds bishop d6 finally. And then he is winning.
Oh, wow. It looks like someone has lost on time. I'm being told. No, Prague has lost on time. It was a difficult position, lost position anyway.
Yeah. This does not look particularly savable or salvageable, or whichever way you want to go about things. But it's unfortunate to actually lose on time here. But yeah, I don't think his drawing chances here are particularly high.
Yeah, those pawns are doomed long term.
I'm slightly wondering why we allowed king a5, to be honest. Unless there is some kind of a mate to the king on a5 straight away, I wouldn't have been allowing this.
There might be some beautiful checkmates. Maybe just c5 for white.
C5, d6, bishop 7, bishop d6, and
somehow.
But there's c4, yeah. If you start playing for the gallery this much, you might actually regret regret the outcomes.
I'm trying to be clever here. Could I get the king forward?
It's just very simply you start with b4. You start with b4 and then you play c5, and you actually win that bishop.
Oof. Yeah.
Yeah, so the position is completely lost, but of course it's not ideal to lose on time at any point.
But yeah, difficult game in general, and deserves the point there. Should we quickly check in on Van Foreest against Erigaisi, and then we'll go on that break?
Yeah. So here, as mentioned, Erigaisi was actually quite unlucky with the move number here, because this is not a move where you want to make an important decision on what I thought was maybe 90 seconds that he had. And he ended up playing rook e8, which is a very understandable idea, but not great. And after queen g2, now things are dropping off a little bit. And the engine very much likes this for Jordan, or at least it liked it until bishop takes c5, which is supposedly a mistake. Once again, very, very difficult to properly figure out what goes where. Like, the best move here is queen c2, I assume, followed by some other indecipherable choices. And the second best move is bishop f2 g1, which gets you immediately disqualified, I think.
Yeah. How can it be bad taking?
Yeah, I don't know. For free? I think I think it opens files for black pieces.
Might be a tempo
but yeah, he is still doing quite well after rook e7. Rook e7 strictly the only move, and white is supposedly still better, but the engine, at least my very weak engine, was preferring the other options. And Gugesh is still thinking after king b8, king g7, but luckily for him, in comparison to, let's say, Arjun, this is move 41, so he can think for as long as he wants.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's take a bit of a breather here, recharge, and come back in a short while with the conclusion of the round. Thanks everybody for being with us.
sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. The damage is done, but I don't care. You're worth the cost, but I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin.
Hello and welcome back to the final segment of round 8 of Tata Steel Wijk 2023. We still have 2 games running in the Masters and 2 games running in the Challengers. A very exciting position on actually both boards in the Masters. And honestly, I'm somewhat lying about 2 games running in the Challengers. Both of them are about to be completely finished. Let's actually wrap up the day there because there's been some events. First off, I want to ask you, David, what would be your preferred way of winning this with black?
I think I'd be enjoying the position too much. Okay, preferred way, with or without calculation, Peter?
It's not really very much of calculation. Like I thought I found Actually, what I wanted to say is completely nonsensical. Okay, I apologize. I thought I found a very cute way of winning here, but it doesn't work.
Involving a knight move.
Yeah, well, involving specifically getting the queen to g4 and very cleverly playing knight g5 here. For some reason, in my head, the bishop is on f4. I have no idea why. It's probably the 8 rounds of commentary.
Yeah, and not just any commentary, the longest tournament, the longest games, durations, sessions.
But then I do have the answer. I think we can get here and we just play bishop e2. Sorry, here.
Yeah,
we play bishop e2 and we bring it over to f3. And these positions they never hold.
Yeah, I was going to say the same with the queen on h5.
Yeah, and in the meantime, the other game also disappeared. But the other game was where a lot of excitement actually happened in the last 3 moves, because as we were describing, and I'll just mention in passing that the game between Alina Roberts and Vaishali did end in a draw after g2 check. In the game, Lemmy Bertson on move 41 in this position, as we've described, but let's describe it again. Thomas Bertson has one way to win, and a very beautiful one, but he is winning here if he goes bishop d6, introducing basically an unstoppable threat of rook f3, queen f3, bishop g3, queen g3, rook e2 check. A very beautiful, but a very kind of a typical motif in all of these types of positions. And also, the thing you need to see is that queen takes d6 actually puts this queen in a very vulnerable position, because suddenly here you can free up this diagonal and win this queen. In fact, this is what the engine prefers. I guess you still have like, I don't know, a 10% chance of not losing here. You can imagine some positions where it becomes tricky, but of course the queen should win against the 2 pieces here. But instead of that, Black just repeated it a couple of times, and we were all kind of, we couldn't really understand what was going on, because we restarted the conversation on the break somewhere here, and we couldn't really understand why Erwin wasn't just claiming with rook g3, which would have been a threefold. But he wanted to try to play for a win, actually. And he did play king g1, but the draw here Thomas Bertson found very, very comfortably, giving up all of his rooks to give this very classical perpetual on the h4 e1 squares.
Yeah, and normally, Peter, I try not to be too harsh on players, but I do feel it was a bit kind of irresponsible of Bertson not to stop and think on move 41 and at least scout around for other options. Okay, he maybe was happy with the draw as Black against a very strong player like Owen, but you at least do a look around, and White doesn't have an immediate threat necessarily, so a move like bishop d6, while difficult, would have been findable if you kind of get on your hands.
You do have sort of an immediate draw, which I'm sure, like, I think the procedure here is you make sure you have the draw. So you recheck that queen h2, queen h4 doesn't lose.
Yeah.
You establish that very, very quickly, because those variations aren't really very difficult. And then you have, I don't know, 47 left of your 50 minutes here to check other options. And I think if you consider the move bishop d6, if you just like think about it for 3 seconds without immediately abandoning it, it will become obvious to you that it's playable. And then I think you can calculate it out. I think it's not impossible to actually work the entire thing out.
Yeah. It's just having it on the radar.
Now that I think about it, like, what's the answer to king g2?
Very minimum. Oh, I was going to say very minimum, but you can take on g3, but that's very complicated.
I don't know who's better. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
this I can understand not wanting to go for. Yeah.
Yeah.
How about if we backtrack, king g2? Oh wait, there's rook e2 check.
Yeah, I want this rook to be hanging. Yeah.
Can I not just take?
Yeah, we just take on b2, right? We just take on b2, and we have queen h1 threats.
Bishop f8 always blocks any checks.
I meant after queen takes e6, this actually is mate now.
Yeah,
because the queen no longer controls f3. So, and from what we understand of the kind of a chess player Thomas Bertson is, I think he is generally just a very sharp, very exciting player. So it would be kind of right up his alley to continue calculating in this very, very calculable position. So it does count as a bit of a miss. Bishop e2 played by Adiban. Shupi does find the move rook g1 to at least try to run in this direction. There has to be a forced mate here somewhere.
Yeah, let's try and find it maybe. We could always start with a check. I'm not sure whether that really helps.
There has to be a force mate somewhere. Like, come on.
How are we going to do this? Let's not cheat, though. Let's not ask chat's help.
No.
White is completely stuck, pretty much. I guess Queen B6 is the only vague hint of a threat.
Yeah, I think knight g5 liquidates into some very, very easily winning queen endings, but we want more.
Maybe we just slow play at king h7. What is White's move?
Yeah, I should just ask for a move here. Yeah, I like this. Just, yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Do go on.
Let's say queen b6, and then, okay, firstly, knight g5 is going to be even more, even stronger when the white queen is so far away. Bishop g4 feels very matey.
Yeah, everything feels very, very matey now. We can introduce even the additional queen takes c5 and then go back. And yeah, it's just winning. Let's not really, let's watch. Like, the game will be won by Adiban, and then we can discuss how he did it. And we have events on other boards, because we started with this one, in which we were saying that after bishop takes c5, rook d7 is strictly the only move. Instead, Arjun played rook c7. And now bishop g1, actually, on the previous move, bishop g1 would have been really grounds for immediate disqualification. Here it isn't. You do want it as far away from possible forks and attacks by the black pieces as possible.
Yeah.
And now we have the position after rook c8, a7, bishop b6, knight e4, knight c4, queen d3, introducing the idea of discovered checks. Black played bishop f5, and a bunch of things are winning here. I think the engine liked
feels like there are some
rook c6, which is very logical, just, trying to remove defenders.
Can we just promote Peter? The knight on c4 is hanging.
How?
If we make a queen?
I guess maybe it doesn't like knight takes no.
But then then I just take on c8 instead of queen up.
Yeah, a8 is completely fine as well, yeah. a8 is completely fine as well.
This is the kind of, again, no calculation approach. I see that the knight on c4 is loose, and I just want to win it. I don't know if black has any.
But we can come back to this in a moment, because a number of moves are now winning for white. a8 being one of them. Rook c6 is good. Rook d5 as well is something that the engine quite enjoys here and says white is completely winning. But we should go back to this position, because move 41, another position in which one of our players had 50 minutes. And Gukesh, compared to Thomas Bertson, he actually did think for quite a while, and ended up making a very massive mistake with the move a5, a6, which loses to a bit of a study-like solution. Black can actually take this with check, and then just put the knight back on f5. And unfortunately for white, after a7, we just go rook a2, and you cannot promote. Well, you can promote, but you will get mated if you take on a8.
Yeah.
But somewhat stunningly, this also wasn't played. Parham here played rook a2, and now white has gone back to... hang on a second. Machine now says white is better.
Yeah, you can see on Parham's body language that something's gone wrong. I think he's missed that after knight g3, queen takes g3, just...
Oh my god.
Wins on the spot.
Oh my god.
This is the only explanation I can come up with as for why he would go for this variation.
Yeah, and after queen e5, he was still fine. He could have gone backwards. Like king g8 is a draw, king f8 is a draw, f6 is a draw.
Any square you don't get checked by white's bishop, essentially.
Yeah. Whoa. Whoa, this is such a massive swing.
And can he even survive now?
He has to go into the endgame. He legitimately has to go into that endgame now.
Parham.
Everything else loses faster.
Yeah, he had 50 minutes on his clock, and not only did he miss the win, which wasn't obvious, I've got to say, knight takes g3 and then just calmly going back. That wasn't 100% clear initially, but it's plenty of time to calculate. And
yeah,
here.
And if you play knight h4 here, I think your issue is we go bishop b4, f5, and we actually have time, I think, to play bishop g5.
Whoa.
Which is Because there is no checks on this side at all.
Queen e8 is mate in a couple of moves.
I mean, I'm actually kind of struggling to find mate after rook takes a6. But there are still no checks, which makes me suspect I can throw in something like rook e1 and then go back to mating you. Or like
Queen e8 and mate,
Queen e8, king f6, and now rook e1.
Yeah, Queen f7.
And then there will be unstoppable threats. It's just such a peculiar setup where, you know, these two pieces among them have 0 checks of any value.
Because we were debating, Gukesh, how, like, where is the line? How far do you push it? How big risks do you take? But sometimes you get rewarded, and this, yeah, I mean, this is a case of, I guess, both players kind of pushing things to the limit, but
yeah,
in the end, it's par.
So let's discuss the seemingly the inevitable here, which is very unenjoyable, but you have to. How easily winning is this?
Good question.
Because I think if this pawn on g6, the answer is it is barely winning. I think it is theoretically winning, but people fail to win that position very, very often. It's tricky.
Yeah.
But with the pawn on g5, meaning that, you know, white has, you know, very, very solid squares for all their pieces, I think you probably lose quite straightforwardly.
So let's assume that black goes passive at some point, just puts a rook on a 7th rank.
Yeah, let's set up something.
Yeah, and then what is the optimal setup? Something like this, and the white king just marches the whole way around.
Yeah, we just get to d8 and things collapse.
If we can. Bishop E4.
Yeah, and he decided that he doesn't really want to die ingloriously and played knight e3, and now after bishop e4, f5, queen d6 check, king goes somewhere, and we can actually just go gf apparently.
I'm also wondering again about rook c1 or tried to set up that long checkmate.
Yeah, actually, after bishop f4 f5, the queen checks are the only things that win cleanly, because if you go rook c1 or rook b1 here, rook takes a6 does give black drawing chances.
But rook b1 or rook c1 on the next move after queen d6.
Yeah, so you go queen d6 check, king, frankly anywhere, and then you go gf. Let's say king f7, gf, and after knight takes f5, I assume. Yeah, now we just give a check from here, a check from here, and take on a2, right? It's just so sad. Everything is hanging.
Yeah,
just so sad.
White's king just so safe. Yeah, I'd also be tempted, Peter, after queen d6 check, king moves to introduce the rook there, because I don't see any checks.
Yeah, for some reason it only does it after king g7.
Ah, okay.
I think the reason is if you play rook c1 here, I think it dislikes giving this option.
That's devilish. Devilish.
Still looks winning to me though. Like, still looks like I should be able to give checks to pick up the pawn on e4 with check, like queen d7. Why isn't this winning? Still looks winning to me. I don't know.
King f8. How do you check?
Yes, c8, b7.
Yep.
I don't know, looks lost, but
and the bar does react. It looks like it's completely winning for white now.
Yeah.
Maybe in multiple ways, but starting with bishop e4 check.
Yeah, probably in multiple ways, yeah.
Such a quick turnaround as well, one move, and I guess there were small inaccuracies. He didn't spend long enough trying to look for, I mean, to not spend 10 minutes looking at knight takes g3 and trying to find a win a few moves ago, that is, again, in my eyes, just a bit odd.
A bit criminal, yeah, a bit criminal. You do need to pause.
I know the younger players they handle the clock in different ways, but yeah, it's such critical positions when it's clear the margins are so, I mean, the stakes are so high on every move.
Yeah, and in the other one, Jordan chose a move we did not list. I guess because it kind of creates fewer threats. And in fact, like, I would be a bit worried here because you are allowing, apparently, something like this. And I would be like desperately unhappy with myself if I allowed it. But apparently it's nothing. Apparently the a7 pawn still decides.
This is far from clear. I mean, black can, for example, just take on g2. I'm not sure whether we rush with that. And even if we have to play, queen b7 or rook a8.
Yeah,
still a lot of work to do.
Eventually, yeah, like the evaluation here does suggest very strongly that this is still winning. But yeah, it's a bit of a strange one to choose because both rook d5 and rook c6, and actually your solution as well, just a8, rook a8, rook c4. You just need to make sure you're not allowing some kind of back rank shenaniganry, but it doesn't really look like it creates much of a threat. Like, how are you going to attack the bishop on g1? Maybe just go b6, rook c7, and give mate of your own. I don't know.
Yeah. Worst comes to worst, you play h3 as white, and
king h2, yeah.
g1 can't be attacked. It should be winning.
And rook c6 with the idea of, I guess, knight e5, we just take on c8. And if they play bishop b4, if he knight e5, for some reason in this position, it doesn't like rook c8 as much, but it likes queen d5. And yeah, this should be very easily understandable as being completely winning because
it's a lot of balls.
This gets to be 7. This always gets to be 7, and then we win.
Yeah.
The move he chose doesn't throw anything away, but it does feel a little bit kind of softer. It doesn't aim to win, I think, as quickly and as concretely as some other options would have done.
Yeah, I guess he's just very confident in the kind of the nature of his pawns, just tying down the whole black army and some of those variations. But yeah, I agree. It's odd to again play a move within 10 or so minutes, and when there were so many tempting options that
they're playing very, very quickly. I mean, I think people obviously we are beginning to sound very much like a broken record on this topic, but people are getting tired.
Grumpy old men we are, just demanding precision in hour number 5, 6 of
No, I'm actually sort of going in the other direction. I'm making excuses for other people, which I think are legitimate excuses here because this is round 8. Every round you play somebody who is either an extremely talented young gun or somebody rated 2800 or somewhere in that range. No easy days available to anyone in this tournament. And at some point you just feel exhausted and you feel like, I see a move which looks okay, I'll just make it because I don't really have much stamina left to continue calculating. Bishop takes e4 played. I think Arjun quite happily will go for the line that we're describing. If he just go knight e5, you kind of have to. Nothing else really makes any sense. Rook c8 doesn't really
change much
because does it?
I'd be slightly scared of some counterplay with f3 after knight takes d3.
Yeah, exactly. Like why would we allow this?
Yeah.
Followed by fg and knight e1 check, and if you're unlucky, you might get mated here.
Yeah, this could be a big turnaround if it were.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jordan doesn't do that.
Yeah. Queen f1 looks sensible. Just cover everything.
Yeah, just make sure things are under control. Make sure f3 doesn't generate an actual mating threat. Yeah. Makes a ton of sense.
And what's the
let's check if rook c8 actually loses or not. Rook c8, immediate draw. Knight d3. You don't take on e8, of course. You put the queen on the board, but you steal after f3.
3 e5. I guess
your worse. The only move that saves you is e5, but you're still worse
because rook takes now c8. You have to take.
Black does this for some reason, and after check and here you realize you cannot take because you get mated.
Wow.
He'll probably make a draw after rook a8, but yeah, not fun.
Not fun at all. Yeah, so Jordan will move the queen. He's very aware of kind of king safety and those issues.
Yeah, queen f1 still winning as we discussed,
but it takes a while.
It does. It does take longer than maybe he would have done otherwise. But yeah, it should still win.
Yep. And meanwhile, Kukesh also looking for the checkmate, the knockout blow.
Yeah, and I think the trick here is just not to get overexcited. And yeah, actually, rook c1 and rook b1 are also completely winning. Yeah, I was lying, sort of lying too. Yeah, it's completely fine because I guess rook a1 doesn't save you, and if you have to play rook b2, white can actually triangulate to pick up this rook with check, like bishop d5 check, and eventually it falls.
Yeah,
it just falls with check. Yeah. Knight d5, queen d5, king f6.
Queen d8. Queen D.
Oh, I think the problem is we go here and then we take on b2 and go queen b7, right? It's very sadistic again, yeah.
Yeah, king e5, queen c3. Yeah.
Yeah, this is very easy, and if it goes below, if it goes below, I think we just take on b2, and we smile.
Chess
sort of smile, yeah. So yeah, this is not even difficult. GF wins, but also any rook move wins.
So minimum 3 moves, you could give a couple of queen checks as well.
Yeah.
You need to.
Rook c1, rook c2 does maybe force you to find rook b1 again, but you will.
Yes. Literally nothing else there. Poor Parham, I've got to say.
Yeah, really heartbreaking for Parham, because I think, he took I think it was a very calculated risk to play this line. He didn't do it. I'm very sure he knows it doesn't equalize. He wanted to play something which perhaps provokes Gukesh into being a little bit more adventurous than normal, and he struggled out of the opening, but he defended really, really well. And once Gukesh started going astray, I think he exploited it quite nicely. And yeah, after the mistake, Gukesh made a move 41. Honestly, I expected Parham to cash in. I expected Parham to find that a7, rook a2, a8, rook takes a8 tactical idea that we were talking about specifically, like here. Just realizing you can go back to f5, you don't need to play knight e2, you don't need to, play knight f1, king h1, and look for something smart here. You just go back to f5, you wait for a7, you play rook a2, and this pawn just drops because a8 allows mate.
And queen e5.
I think he would have won from there if he got here. I think he would have gotten what he wanted.
Is knight h5 also winning? I was just wondering, coming around to f4. Because it looks just so tempting to grab a pawn.
Knight h5 is worse.
Okay.
Because I go a7, queen, rook a2, I go queen e5 check. And in this position, it is harder for you, for some reason, to avoid check. So it ends up asking you to play knight f6, and then it goes a8.
And rook f1.
And rook f1, and holds it.
Yeah, somehow. Everything's hanging.
Well, you have rook e8. Actually, the line continues. You have rook e8, but unfortunately for you, there is
2 versus 1.
Yeah, there is queen f7.
Oh, but I'm surprised again. It's the time usage. After move 40, and then he's playing. This whole line quite quickly. When there's so many options, there's so many of these variations that are quite fun to calculate. So.
Yeah, like he went from here to here, seemingly in like 6 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
Maybe 10, because I think he had more than the bare 50 to begin with, so it wasn't as bad. But there's really absolutely no reason to rush any of this.
Yeah. For example, even after your opponent even if you've kind of missed a couple of things, your opponent gives you a check on e5, and then you play king g6. You can repeat, you can go drop back with the king, no risk, it's a draw. You have a safety net even there. So surprising stuff. Meanwhile, in the B group, Adiban's found a very prosaic way to win.
Yeah, I actually kind of like it. Yeah, he says none of your stuff moves. If the queen moves away, you probably have some. Yeah, it's actually quite beautiful. If you play queen b6 here, there's a mate in 3.
Knight e2. Yeah.
And a very cute queen d3 move, asking you to choose where to go.
Choose your fate.
Yeah, choose life. We, as we all know, chose something else. So yeah, if you can't play queen b6, you legitimately just have no moves, and it just continues marching.
Yeah, game over in that one.
And Jordan, good for him, did not fall for that trickery with rook c8 93, and is now back to being officially winning, even though, the game will very much still continue from here. Black has some hopes now that f3 of g will appear on the board.
Yeah, and this will definitely be the last game going. Gukesh plays g takes f5 very quickly. He's realized he's mating.
Yeah. And the most unfortunate thing about this position for Parham is that he has seemingly 3 pieces very much attacking the white king, and he can't create a single threat. Like, there's just nothing he can do. none of White's pieces ever hang. There is not a check you can give. It's just, yeah, you're completely helpless.
Where's the finish if, for example, I play, I don't know, h5 or g4, maybe g4? Just looks vaguely more threatening.
I don't know.
How do you finish me off?
I don't know.
Maybe just again rook b1 or
yeah. I think we can go back to just introducing the rook in the attack, and yeah, like rook b1, and now after rook b2, I will also have queen g6, queen g7, which wasn't available earlier.
Yeah,
just pick it up.
Yeah, no way to even survive one more move.
Yeah, people are shocked he missed rook b1. The evaluation hasn't changed, folks. Do not be too harsh on Gukesh. He chose one of the 3 absolutely winning moves. This is not a mistake.
Yeah, sometimes you do a bit of calculation, you see you're winning, you don't have to look further.
Yeah, and chat says there's a mate in 5 after queen e6, specifically after g4, because you have to go into the corner and then bishop g5 from g4 is made, which is a cute touch. Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Unneeded, but nice. Yeah.
Start with rook g4. There is also.
Yeah. Style points very important. Okay, on the topic of style points, choose one.
What's the difference? I
don't know. Like
maybe you checkmate with the bishop. You checkmate with the bishop on g6.
That's the style point. Yeah, you take an additional 4 moves or something to give the checkmate with the bishop.
Yeah. All roads lead to Rome at this point.
Yeah, and people in chat asking about knight f1. The problem for Parham is that you go knight f1. I'm sure there's maybe better things to do, but the simplest is just to take on a2 here and kind of laugh.
Queen g6 was made too, but we don't want that.
Yeah, we don't bother. We just take the rook off the board, and yeah, you can give some checks if you want. We don't much care. Yeah.
Yeah,
no, it's just gone. Yeah, there's nothing here to discuss any longer.
The Great Escape. Okay, so we're racing towards these.
Yeah, talking of efficient conversions, that move h6 h5 was actually enough to provoke resignation in the Shrupi Adiban game, which I think is sort of exactly what it was intended to do. Just demonstrate to your opponent that you are not going to get distracted by trying to find beautiful mates. And there was this old story about an old master. I can't remember exactly who. It's maybe Lasker or somebody even more sort of predating the modern times. And the story was he had like already 2 extra queens, and his opponent in a tournament game was kind of refusing to resign. And then he just very calmly went a7, a5. And the opponent kind of looked up and said, "What are you doing?" And the man replied, "Well, I have 2. If you're not resigning, I'll have 3." And that did end the game instantly, because, yeah, like when you realize that your obstinacy actually is not causing any discomfort, moral or otherwise, that's probably where you resign.
Yeah, I've had many incidents online of this happening, like having 3-4 queens, and then I'm just playing on. I don't even want to deliver checkmate. Just put the kings in the four corners, just wait, and just for some people, stubbornness is a real trait.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I think it loses much of its value when you realize that your opponent is actually maybe the one who's enjoying this the most. So,
this is true. Yeah, and this position is still. If I were playing, I've got to be honest, as black, I would believe in some resources at least.
Yeah, I'm also looking at this and thinking, okay, if the queen is already on f5, I believe I'm lost. But right this moment, I'm not. I guess we drop the rook back and we go b6 and we go slow.
Black has, maybe you just go really slow. I was going to say black has some ideas of a counterattack, but not really. Rook g8 is never threatening anything because it'll always be taken.
Let's just actually go rook a2 here. Yeah, because you can't actually touch anything. If you move the knight, I will play e5, and then the a pawn will queen.
Yeah,
as you said, you can play rook g8, but you cannot move the bishop because I will take on g8 and play a8. This also doesn't work. So yeah, you're more or less completely stymied here.
Yeah,
and we can we can play b6, play rook c2, ask the question, see how you deal with the threat of rook c7, and then go from there. And like eventually something will produce itself.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we've you've just highlighted the killer plan there. Yeah, it's really frustrating, especially this e5 resource just tying down the black knight, because black knight is the only piece that can really disrupt white setup at all.
Yeah, and chat is now full of stories of people dealing with the non-resignation issue.
I genuinely think, though, if we want to become more of a spectator sport, appeal to the masses, then resignation shouldn't be a thing. I think everyone should have to play to a checkmate, but or at least, yeah, maybe not in long games, maybe more in kind of blitz and rapid, just to show why games.
Yeah, I'm sort of torn here, as you know, as a spectator / commentator. I've been very close to that kind of a hard line for a long time now. I do feel that it's useful for us to see how the games end, and also, in particular in blitz and rapid, you very often see positions in which people very habitually just agree a draw being played out and not ending in a draw. So there's also value in that. But as a player,
this is
like some positions are so beyond repair, but also so far away from mate that like you're inflicting sort of actual tangible emotional pain on people by having them stare at really poor positions where let's say this is like a World Rapid and Blitz, and you still have, I don't know, 8 rounds to go that day.
Yeah,
you would very much like to have a bit of a breather and not to have to stare at some, I don't know, rook down position. So yeah, I'm not sure, but I do understand your broader point that there will be cases where people just legit don't understand why the game is finished.
Yeah,
and that really should be avoided if possible.
Yeah, even for myself, sometimes it takes me quite a while to realize why certain players, like you say, have agreed to draw or have thrown in the towel. Here, in this position, Jordan's paused. So is he thinking about king takes g2 to try and get the queen to f5?
There are no checks. I think it's a legitimate question, yeah. There are no checks to this king, so he gets to put the queen on f5.
Yeah.
There is an argument for it. I think there is a legitimate argument for doing that. So I don't know, black goes queen b7, we put the queen on f5, black goes, I don't know, king h8 or g8. I don't know which one is stronger.
Let's say h8, just so I have rook g8 sometimes.
Yeah.
Paradoxically, maybe the white queen on g2 is like the perfect setup, just in terms of preventing black from even moving. But yeah, this one looks maybe more up Jordan's street. How does white do this now?
Yeah, weirdly, you still can't really generate a different threat rather than the one we were discussing.
Yeah.
And for those types of things, I would much rather actually have it on g2 to make sure I don't blunder something.
It's far less stable now. Rook f8, rook g8, maybe rook g8 more than the others. It looks at least scary.
No, you still really can't attack anything because rook f8 I will take.
Yeah.
You have to prepare it somehow, but you can't even prepare it properly. My point being that, let's say I go rook a2 and you try to prepare it by playing queen a8. I will play b6, and if you play rook f8, I will once again take and play b7.
Yeah,
and this is still completely safe because the pawn e4 is protected.
That's just mean.
He has taken on the g2 with the king in the meantime.
Queen f5 instantly. Somewhere. h8 looks better, so looks safer somehow, but I'm not sure exactly why. What else could Jordan be thinking? Rook a2 I just don't associate with Jordan somehow. Just he wants it by brute force. Could white win with other means?
I don't know, king h3 and then rook e6.
Yeah. I'm wondering about introducing the bishop at some point as well.
Like, put this here, it cannot really be checked by anything. Oh, he's gone king g8, which is... Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It introduces the... okay. No. I want to say it introduces the idea of rook f8, but we still have
take it.
Yeah.
How can white improve? Is queen takes b5 a threat? I didn't think so, because we
No. I actually kind of like putting it on h3. Like, I want to generate a position where I can play rook e6 and it does something. But my problem is once I actually play rook e6, rook
Then
f8
rook
will
f8.
become a move.
Yeah.
And this is how it gets very unclear, actually. This is how you potentially very much mess up.
If black isn't threatening anything, can we play, for example, bishop d4 instead of h3? And hint that I might take on e5.
Zambit asks, if you put the king on h3, wouldn't you prefer the pawn on h5 instead of h2? I don't really want to spend too tempi on h4, h5. I sort of see your point, but I don't think it makes us much safer. In fact, maybe we eventually actually go back to h1 and then having this guy on h2 does something. He's just gone bishop d4 straight away. He says, I don't even need king h3.
Yeah.
Engine likes it, actually. Yeah, Engine thinks it's just clever. Bishop takes e5 is legitimately a very strong threat.
Mm-hmm. Bishop takes e5, bishop takes e5, and then what would the killer blow be? Just to promote, maybe. Yeah, there should be a bunch of ways.
Bishop e5, queen g6 will win, and queen takes e8. That one is not difficult. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like the only way to not resign immediately is to play queen a8, but after b6, your position hasn't really improved.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Jordan did find eventually, yeah, as expected, Jordan did find a very, very direct way to get there.
Yeah, and yeah, equally effective as the slower approach that we were vindicating. This one looks over. b6, can black fight on a move or two further from here? No, it doesn't look appetizing at all. I think we might be seeing the last few minutes of this round, Peter.
Very possibly, yeah.
Both games are.
Barham is still coming to terms with his misfortune, but not much he can do after.
He does play g4, so maybe we'll see that checkmate variation land on the board. It's checkmate in 4 now, we said?
5, I think.
5.
Queen e6 is pretty strong here.
Yeah. And okay, we do see a result. It looks like Erigaisi has resigned.
That's a bit early, honestly. I expected him to kind of play on, but
it's barely possible to find a move. I guess we were talking about how it can be demoralizing. Queen a8, a move like that would have been
having to play queen a8 is not very much fun.
Mm-hmm. And it's nice to see them discuss what was a really complex battle. Meanwhile, it's Joyce's moment in the sun.
Yeah.
Did you get the high five?
Yeah, even without the audible command, you just give him the high five and he reacts. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good boy.
Erigaisi, that's a couple of defeats now.
The goodest boy. Yeah, queen e6 played. Yeah, this one is also. Yeah, we're actually kind of okay in terms of the brevity of the round today.
Yeah, it's surprising that both the Masters and Challenges will be finished after just over 5 hours, because normally there's at least one game that keeps us enthralled. But yeah, I think it's the rest day as well. It's making people speed up their decisions and rush towards the finishing line.
Barham probably resigns after king f8. He's actually played king g8 here.
Let's see the checkmate.
Yeah, let's see which one Gukesh chooses. Yeah, he can go bishop d5 here, or he can throw in the rooks. He's gone bishop d5. Yeah. And there we have it. Gukesh finally winning his first game of the tournament, going back to -3, and Barham, I think, meeting him there, if I remember correctly.
I think it's just -2 because yesterday he managed to save.
Yeah. I'm wrong about that.
Well, just -1 actually for Barham. He did manage to win against Jordan earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, I'm slandering his good name horribly there. So yeah, today we've had a number of decisive games. I think this is maybe the no, yesterday was also 4 out of 7. So we've had 2 days in a row of 4 decisive results. And after today's round, the standings are, as you can see on your screen. Noribek still in the lead, still a full point ahead, but now of fewer players because Fabi lost today. Only Anish and Wesley remain on 5 out of 8. Magnus is somewhat looming on 4.5 out of 8. It's obviously still a way behind the lead, but with 5 rounds to go and 2 out of 2 in the last 2 rounds. Not to be written off. How do we describe this? Like the
race for first, or
no? I don't mean the tournament situation. I mean what we're watching in particular. I think yesterday and today, it feels like it's getting them a little bit.
Yeah, it always does. Eventually, it's understandable, a long tournament, but I guess we would expect the younger players to be kind of keeping the energy up, and there have been mistakes for sure. I mean, this is the first maybe couple of rounds, as you mentioned, that kind of clear one-move blunders have snuck into the games. It's no longer the kind of endgame grinds. It's no longer kind of a war of attrition. Today
definitely did feature a bunch of very uncharacteristic mistakes, of like massive mistakes there. Fabio basically losing a ever so slightly worse position in one move against Magnus, sort of straight out of the opening, maybe even the conclusion to the game we just finished watching, with Gukesh beating Maksudlu from a position which was pretty much lost at a certain point, and then a draw. But I mean, it's still excellent content, and it remains eminently watchable. But you do feel that tiredness and things of like these kind of difficult to quantify things are starting to creep in. Which means that I think they will very much welcome the rest day.
I think we all will, not just the players, us too, Peter, and the viewers, I'm sure, who have been sticking with us for 7-hour shifts most days, but today a bit shorter.
Absolutely. So today is the rest day, I think, in both the Masters and the Challengers. They will come back on Tuesday, play a couple of rounds, have a rest day on Thursday, and then plays the last 3, which has been sort of the schedule for as long as I can remember, because the Wijk organizers, generally, they understand very well the value of having all the weekends being game days. So the rest days generally are organized in such a way that the tournament starts on Saturday and ends on a Sunday, which I think is a very solid schedule. Because as you've seen on your screens, they do very much welcome spectators. It's a fantastic place to come visit, because you can get very, very close to the idols you perhaps have admired from a distance, and it's a fantastic festival of chess. Still 5 rounds to go, plenty of action to be expected. We'll see you on the other side of this rest day on Tuesday. Thanks very much for watching.
Bye.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Decisive.